Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to the day 6 of online faculty development program. Welcome, Dr. Murugan, sir.
Hello,
Thank
sir.
you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
it's a pleasure meeting you. We will start it very formally, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah.
So good afternoon,
Those-
everyone. So welcome to the last and final day of our FPP. So it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Murugan Pattusamy, Assistant Professor at School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, one of the India's premier institutions for higher learning and research. Dr. Murugan is an accomplished academic and researcher whose expertise lies in bibliometric analysis, systematic literature reviews, and research methodology. Over the years, he has developed deep proficiency in data-driven research, guiding scholars in conceptualizing, structuring, and publishing impactful research studies. His scholarly contributions include several publications in reputed international journals and book chapters. In addition, Dr. Murugan has been a resource person in numerous FDPs and research workshops where he has trained hundreds of faculty members and research scholars in the effective use of bibliometric tools and systematic review techniques. He is widely recognized for his hands-on and practical teaching approach, encouraging participants not only to understand theoretical concepts, but also to engage actively with data using tools such as VOS Viewer, Bibliometrics, and RStudio. Dr. Murugan's sessions are known for their clarity, interactivity, and their strong emphasis on empowering participants to produce high-quality research outputs in the most international publication standards. We are truly delighted to have him with us today to share his valuable insights and guide us through the practical aspects of bibliometric and SLR analysis. So please join me in extending warm welcome to Dr. Murugan Pattusamy from University of Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Hello, man. Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
Thank
Good
you
afternoon.
so much. Thank you so much for the warm introduction, and thanks to Murli sir for the kind invitation.
Yeah.
So, for your kind information, in the introduction part, Madam also mentioned that I have a lot of expertise related to bibliometric analysis and all. But personally, I hate this particular approach. But since the invitation is something to do with bibliometric and SLR, so let me do some justice as part of this session. So I hope you are able to hear me. And
Yes, sir, you're audible.
yeah. Let me share my screen. I think you have to give me the co-host access something. Yeah, now
Murali, sir, could you please give him co-host access?
yeah,
Just
it's
give it.
done. Yeah. So I hope you are able to see the screen now.
Yes, sir, we are able to see your screen.
Yeah.
You're good to go, sir. Okay.
Yeah, fine. So what I'll do is I've got 3 hours session. So I'll give you some idea and overview about understanding systematic literature review in the first half. In the second half, we'll try to do some analysis using VOS Weaver. If time permits in R also, we'll do it. Now, in the era of ChatGPT, I don't know why people are really fascinated about R, Python, and other things, because within LLM, we can bring in R package as well as Python package. I did some, hands-on exercise with respect to using ChatGPT for running the bibliometric analysis using one of the famous R package. So it is producing almost relevant results. If time permits, I'll also show you how to do the same thing using ChatGPT. So before that, let me give you some idea about what exactly I'm planning to cover as part of this SLR. And then again, literature review is not really new to the researchers, especially if you're doing PhD or maybe if you would have done PhD. So LR is like bread and butter for almost every researchers. So whether you are trying to understand something, whether you are trying to write something, whether you are trying to teach something, whether you are trying to conceptualize something, whether you are trying to analyze something. So for everything, we have to catch hold of some literature evidences in order to provide some justification as well as providing some validity for our arguments, whatever may be the kind of arguments we are trying to create as part of our research paper writing is concerned. But now, if you really look at last 1 decade, maybe I would say last 5 to 6 years, people are really fascinated about writing SLR papers, I mean literature review papers, as well as using some of the tools and techniques like bibliometric analysis, and then they're trying to publish their paper. With due respect to all other academicians who is promoting bibliometric and everything, yes, you can publish your paper up to some extent. I mean, maybe maximum A-level journals you can target. But going beyond A level is somewhat difficult using techniques like bibliometric analysis. So, I mean, I'm not questioning the credibility of this particular technique. This is one of the fantastic technique that is available for the researchers in terms of, I mean, understanding something or identifying the gaps that exist in the literature. So for several other reasons, we can make use of bibliometric analysis. But one of the funny fact is people are using SLR with bibliometric analysis. The objective of doing SLR
Participant can please unmute yourself or let me unmute.
yeah, that's fine. Okay, so
Sir, you can please unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah. So if you really look at the current literature, people are trying to use as well as misuse systematic literature review approach along with some of the fancy techniques like bibliometric analysis and so on. So what I'm trying to tell you here is if you are really thinking about writing some conceptual paper or review related paper, my humble submission here is you must go through some of the top tier journals where they're keep on publishing some of the review related papers. So you have a database called annual reviews database. So I can also show you that database just a second. So if you go to this database, no, annual reviews database. So just type annual reviews in Google, you will be able to get this database. I'm not sure how many institutions are really subscribing this particular database. So if you go to this publication A to Z page, you will find a lot of review related journals. I mean, basically they publish us only review related papers related to different disciplines. For example, I come from OB and HRM domain. I'm just clicking annual review of organizational psychology and organizational behavior journal. And if you go inside into this journal, they publishes only review papers. Not only in this journal, whatever may be the journals that is published through annual reviews database, everything is actually kind of review based references. Are they using any systematic literature review as part of their publishing journey? No. These are all unsystematic review papers because their focus is on some concept or some theory or some method, and they try to analyze the past information, whatever may be the kind of evidences that is available in the literature. They call out almost all of those evidences, whether the evidences are coming from journal articles or it can be anything. And then based on that, they try to summarize everything, what has been done so far in the past, and then what can be done in the near future. That is how they finally propose set of research questions on the basis of their system, on the basis of their review. So that is how they try to publish some of the papers in this journal. For example, I'm just taking one of the example paper. So there's a review paper available, published in this journal called Psychological Safety Comes of Age, Observed Themes in an Established Literature. So if you go to this particular reference, no, you can't see Prisma diagram, you can't see any of the what you call so-called systematic literature review protocols. But what they have done as part of this particular work is they would have collected almost all sort of research evidences related to psychological safety, and then they would have summarized everything. And then finally what they do is they try to provide set of research questions or maybe a set of research directions that can be done in the near future. As part of this, they might be using some of the quantitative analysis like bibliometric analysis or network analysis or any sort of other sort of techniques which is widely cited as well as utilized as part of their synthesis processes concerned. So, I mean, this is one simple example I can give you here with respect to understanding the way in which how review papers can be written. So these papers are some of the examples, well-established examples to understand unsystematic reviews. Then you have next level of journals like human resource management review. So here also they publishes only review based papers because the journal title itself says human resource management review. Similarly, in marketing domain also you do have set of review journals. In finance domain also you do have set of review journals. For example, if you look at this particular human resource management review, they basically here what do they do is in most of the cases they try to come up with some conceptual framework, and then they also provide set of propositions, and all those propositions can be empirically validated or empirically tested in the near future. That is how they try to propose something as part of their research work. For example, I'm just opening a work. Okay, algorithm based pay for performance systems, paradoxes in artificial intelligence influence on pay for performance theories. I'm just opening this particular paper because we subscribe all of these journals, so I can easily open all of these papers. If you look at this paper, no, here also you can't see any systematic review protocols and other things, but their main focus or key focus is coming up with some kind of theoretical framework along with set of propositions or along with set of directions for future research. See, this theoretical tension is one of the theme. Theoretical tension one is one of the major theme, and here they have proposed set of propositions. So all of these propositions can be tested in the near future through empirical validation. This is again another fantastic journal. You please go through some of the references coming from this particular outlet so that you will get to know something more about the way in which how systematic review papers or literature review papers can be written. Then another next level journal, next level in the sense somewhat lower level. So you have something called organizational psychology review. So I do this literature review as a separate course. I have offered this course in some of the IIMs, but here I'm not going to do everything. So within 1.5 hours, I'm planning to complete everything. But I'm just giving some rough idea and rough overview about the way in which how people are writing the literature review papers. If you go to this journal, no, here also they publish as mostly they publish as only review based papers. It's a very good journal coming from Sage, and look at the impact factor of the journal. And here also in most of the cases, what do they do is they try to come up with some kind of theoretical framework along with proposition, or at least they will provide set of direction for research, future research. That is how they try to write papers for this particular outlet. And if you ask me to share few really top tier journals where they publish as review based papers, I'll name some of the journals here. So you have something called Academy of Management Review. Basically, they don't call these papers as a review papers, but based on some inductive logic, based on some review logic, whatever may be the papers that is being published in Academic Management Review, right? All of these papers are kind of theory development related papers. So that the end goal of any paper that is being submitted to Academic Management Review is basically coming up with some conceptual model along with set of propositions. Basically, they try to propose a new theory on the basis of different approaches. Either they can use deductive logic, inductive logic, or abductive logic, or grounded theory logic. It can be anything. So using different approaches, people try to provide some conceptual framework along with propositions. Basically, propositional theorizing is the major umbrella term they use in terms of publishing any of the papers in AMR. Not only they publish as only propositional theorizing based papers, even beyond that also they do accept some of the papers. For example, if you look at some of the papers published here, right? See, for example, there's a paper on the value of resource redeployability in the face of committed rivals. If you go through this paper, no, they will come up with some theory. For example, a theory of strategic boundary control for remote work. So it looks like it's a new theory. So do we have access? Let me check. Because we have EBSCO subscription. Through such EBSCO option, I'll be able to download this paper, but it's a recent one. Let me give it a try whether this paper is getting open through EBSCO host. See, what I'm trying to summarize here is I'm giving some vague idea or rough idea about the, different kinds of journals which is publishing different types of theory and then review based papers. So yeah, luckily I have the access. Just look at this paper. So if you look at this paper, so the paper title is Theory of Strategic Boundary Control for Remote Work. Now you just see this. So this is how they come up with the theoretical framework and they propose set of propositions here. So I consider these sort of papers as a highest standard SLRs or highest standard literature review papers. So here you can't see Prisma diagram. Here you can't see any of the other protocols that is being really, emphasized in most of the SLR sessions. So if you really look at some of the recent, methodology-based review articles, so they claim that unless you come up with a new theory out of your systematic literature review or maybe any sort of review, I don't think so we are doing justice. So basically, a review is a theory development approach. Literature review itself is a theory development approach. So if you're really seriously thinking about writing some literature review paper, especially targeting some of the really top tier journals, if not this journal, see, targeting this journal is not a joke. It's a very big process. And even you can target some of the journals like Organizational Psychology Review and all, that is quite possible only. But when you are trying to pitch your paper for those sort of outlets, then definitely you need to have some theoretical framework along with set of propositions. Again, writing the proposition is not summarizing the past literature. So it's an argument development process. In most of the cases, they use inductive logic in terms of creating all those propositions. Then you have another fantastic outlet called Academy of Management Annals. So this journal publishes only again review papers. Mostly they publishes kind of integrative review sort of papers. So where you are trying to bring or bridge two different major discipline into a single theoretical model or single theoretical framework. Those sort of papers, kind of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary related review papers are, highly welcomed in this journal. And for more details, you just go through some of the papers published in this journal. For example, I'm just going to the current issue of this journal. So this is editorial comment. See, there's a editorial comment available. How do you use large language models for integrative reviews? Because this journal focuses on publishing integrative reviews. Now you just look at one of the paper here, narrative affordances, what stories can and cannot do, and integrative review of moderators attenuating or exacerbating negative outcomes of job insecurity. So basically they are trying to create some theoretical model, a theoretical framework with respect to different moderators that is affecting the relationship of job insecurity. So for example, look at another paper, Artificial Intelligence at Work, an integrative perspective on the impact of AI on workplace inequality. They would have proposed some theory or at least set of propositions with respect to talking about this relationship, how AI is creating workplace inequality and so on. So for more details, my suggestion is you go through these sort of research papers, you will get really, good understanding with respect to understanding the way in which how review papers need to be written. So let me try to copy this title and then I'll go to EBSCO host. Let me try whether I'll be able to get this paper. Yeah, so I could able to access this paper as well. So I'm just opening this paper, just look at the content. So an integrative review of moderators attenuating or exacerbating negative outcomes of job insecurity. Now you just look at the model. So this is how they try to bring, they try to propose some integrative model or theoretical model along with set of research directions or along with set of propositions. That is how they try to do the, research, especially targeting journals like Academy of Management Annals and so on. So what I'm trying to conclude here is after reviewing all of these papers, see randomly I just selected few recent references. All of these references are 2025 references. So basically what I'm trying to show you here is I'm trying to tell you systematic literature review is a serious business. It's a serious task. And if you're really thinking about publishing some SLR work, please aim something at this level so that you can target at least next level journals. And some of the limitations of working with systematic literature review papers are, for example, you have collected the references, let us say, up to July or August 2025. And if you're going to take 6 month time to write the entire paper, and January 2026, if you're going to submit the manuscript to some journal, they will take another 2 to 3 years time for, sorry, 2 to 3 months time for reviewing. Then next May month, 26 May or June month, you may get acceptance or you may get rejection. Assuming that in worst case scenario, you're going to get rejection, what will happen after that? Again, you have to look for some other outlet for your paper. And when you go and submit your paper, no, there is a possibility that they may be asking you to include this 1 year data. For example, you finished everything up to August 2025, and next August 2026, if you're going to submit the manuscript for some other journal, they'll ask you a question. Editor will ask you a question, a reviewer will ask you a question. What happened between this 2025 August to 2026 August? So you can't say that I went with this particular journal, it got rejected, now I'm coming back to some other outlet. So unless you include these references along with the existing one, I don't think so they will publish your paper. This is a very big danger associated with claiming or writing pure systematic literature review papers. But if you look at Academy of Management Annual papers and Academy of Management Review paper and then annual reviews papers, they don't restrict their literature review process with respect to some timeline. So what do? Is they focus on some theory development or they focus on some model development or they focus on some concept or some theory, and then they try to cover almost all sort of evidences that is being published in the past literature. So there the advantage is even one of the journalists going to reject your paper, you have provision to look for some other journal outlet for publishing the same manuscript, because you are not restricting anything with respect to that particular boundary condition. But where and all systematic reviews are really helpful, especially when you are trying to approach systematic reviews through the lens of meta-analysis by accounting quantitative studies. That is one of the fantastic thing which you can do. For that, you need to have a team of people who can do independent coding, who can download the papers, who can shortlist the manuscript. Then within a week time or within 2 to 3 weeks of time, you try to complete the complete project and then you go and submit your manuscript. Again, the limitation or danger is whether that meta-analysis is really essential at this moment. You have to justify. There should be a gap, because meta-analysis, systematic literature reviews are kind of research designs, are kind of research approaches. So you can't think that these SLRs are simple thing. Today I'm conceptualizing something, tomorrow I can complete the manuscript, day after tomorrow I can go and submit my manuscript. No, that is not the case. Are you getting my point? In medical science literature, meta-analysis are really, well utilized. Even now, people are using meta-analysis like anything. Maybe in the next slide, we'll have some discussion about this. So, almost for 30 minutes, what I spoke was, so I'm just trying to provide some rough overview about different sort of journals that is available in management discipline. Also, what kind of papers are getting published in those outlets. Because in India, in most of the workshops I have seen personally, they're promoting SLR work and bibliometric like anything. But the danger, associated danger is if you get rejection, no, publishing the same manuscript in some other journal is very difficult. So you need to consider that danger before you start working on anything. For example, there are papers published in really top tier journals. For example, last 50 years of research on XYZ concept and got published in one of the top 10 journal using bibliometric analysis, for which they would have obtained some consent or written consent from the editor in order to include that particular paper as part of their regular publishing journey. Making sense? So, or along with their editorial board or editor, they would have written that paper. So, as a common person, you can't gather almost all sort of papers published in a single journal, and then you can do some bibliometric, and then you can publish the same manuscript in that particular journal. So there's a high possibility that the editor may not be really interested to publish your work. So that's the danger. But what are the advantages of doing system or writing SLR papers? One of the biggest advantages, if something is done in a meaningful manner, if something is accepted in really top tier journal, means you get citations like anything, because whoever is going to work with that particular area, by default they'll be citing your manuscript. In a way, you will be getting a lot of citations. That is one of the biggest advantage. Second biggest advantage is you are not going to spend any money in terms of gathering the information, because everything is coming through your Scopus or Web of Science database itself, or doing literature review through different databases like EBSCOhost or SciTech database. It can be anything. So with the help of your computer, you will be able to write your paper. You need not to go to the field for collecting any data. This is second major advantage. Third major advantage is you will also get a lot of visibility among the global level audience, because everyone will be going through your paper. Because if something is published in the form of review, no, if somebody is starting their research work related to that particular area of research, means definitely they will read your paper, definitely they will cite your paper. Through that way you will get a lot of visibility. For example, there was a paper published in Journal of Business Research by Professor Naveen Dotu. He was the former editor of Journal of Business Research. Now today morning I just checked the citation count for that particular paper. It's a methodology paper. They just explained how best you can use bibliometric analysis for writing some of the bibliometric analysis related papers, and it has got almost 13,000 citations something. That is how you get the citations like anything. So these are some of the advantages as well as disadvantages with respect to using SLRs. Now I'll give you some maybe 5 minutes overview about understanding bibliometric, and then I'll get into the SLR part. So the problems associated with this, especially using bibliometric analysis as a tool for crafting your entire manuscript, is you try to use bibliometric analysis as one of the tool in your SLR work. Don't consider bibliometric as a one and only tool for writing your entire paper. Making sense? You will not be able to make contribution, you will not be able to make considerable amount of advancement with respect to that particular SLR paper is concerned. So reason is, in any SLR work, especially in systematic review work, so we need to synthesize the literature. We need to synthesize the literature. So using bibliometric analysis, what you can do is you will be able to up to some extent synthesize the literature, provided you have large volume of published evidences that is available in the literature. If that is the case, you can very well make use of this bibliometric analysis as a tool for writing your manuscript. If very less amount of evidences are available in the literature with respect to performing any sort of SLR related to your focal theme or focal research area, means I think care must be taken before you select bibliometric analysis as a tool for synthesizing the literature. Are you getting my point? For example, wherever you have references, like let us say some 1,000 references or 2,000 references or 10,000 references or 1 lakh references, in those cases you can actually cull out really richer insights from the data when you use tools and techniques, something related to bibliometric analysis. That is very much possible. I strongly recommend you to use these sort of techniques and tools whenever your research objective is something to do with handling the larger body of literature evidences related to some concept. For example, today morning, I just downloaded some data from Scopus. I also shared the same data through Google Drive folder link shared by Dr. Murli sir. Probably you can also download that Scopus data for doing some hands-on activity maybe after the break session. So when I typed the generative artificial intelligence in Scopus, I got almost 10,000 plus references. I just limited the references related to business and management domain. I got close to 4,000 plus references, close to 4,000 plus references. The entire 4,000 plus references are shared in the form of a CSV file. I think the file is uploaded into your Google Drive folder under my name. If you have access, probably you can download it. And whatever may be the PPTs I'm using as part of this session, that is also already uploaded in the Google Drive. So feel free to make use of all those references. In addition to that, I also provided set of references under the REFS folder. So probably you can also make use of all those references. So what I'm trying to tell you here is to use any of the technique. For example, whether you want to use meta-analysis, whether you want to do some kind of integrative review, whether you want to perform bibliometric analysis, for all of these things, you do have a separate distinctive objectives. So if your research question is asking you to do, let us say bibliometric means you do it. But don't try to look at everything from bibliometric tool alone. Don't try to look at everything from meta-analysis alone. Don't try to look at everything from integrative review alone. Don't try to look at everything from meta-synthesis approach alone. So wherever it is possible, wherever it is applicable, wherever it is highly essential, you try to capitalize, you try to make use of that particular tool or maybe approach in terms of writing your manuscript. Especially for the research scholars, if you are in first year or second year, doing some systematic literature review paperwork is really useful because you will be able to understand what has been done in the literature so far with respect to that particular domain of literature is concerned. At least for that sake, you start utilizing this particular approach as one of the powerful approach in terms of writing your paper as well as understanding the literature. If you are a established researcher, try to aim for theory development related SLR work. Don't try to do simple bibliometric analysis or maybe simple meta studies and so on. I'm not saying that meta studies are simple in nature, but there are advancements are taking place in meta analysis. Also, if you are able to develop some theory, if you are able to propose some model, and then if you are able to test that particular model using approaches like meta-sim and so on, I think you have good story in your hand. Simply detecting the publication bias, simply detecting the heterogeneity will not solve in terms of publishing your paper in some of the core OB and HR or management related journals. You have to go beyond that particular boundary condition in terms of publishing your paper in top tier journals. So with this brief introduction, let me get into my session. So these are all bookish definitions in terms of understanding what is literature review or review of literature. So this Cochrane collaboration organization is one of the major body, especially from the context of medical literature. So they have created a lot of protocols. They have given set of definitions to define what is all about systematic literature review or review of literature and so on. I think there are some questions in the chat box. Can we submit paper in two journals simultaneously? It's ethically wrong process. You should not do that. At any cost, you should not submit a same manuscript in two different journals. See, I'll tell you some of the hidden facts about the entire journal publishing journey. So, for example, you are submitting your paper to X journal. Okay, in X journal, the editor might be associated with Y journal editorial board as an associate editor or reviewer. Assuming that same person is going to oversee your manuscript, submitted manuscript. You just imagine your situation. That's the danger. Second danger is assuming that both the journals are going to give you acceptance. What will happen? Third danger is most of the journals uses only two different platforms for managing their manuscript. One is Manuscript Central and then Scholar One Manuscript platform. So these are the two major platforms used by Elsevier, Sage, Wiley, Springer, Emerald, and so on. So maybe there is a possibility that they may be having access to same paper being submitted in some other journal or rejected in some other journal. I'm not sure whether at the editor level they have access to look at those components. I'm not aware of it, but I'm suspecting that there could be some provision available for the editors to trace the history of particular submission. That is possible. Okay, so from this three issues point of view, at any cost you should not submit your manuscript to two different journals or multiple outlets at a time. You submit something to a journal, wait for their final conclusion, and then you can look for some other journal. Fine? Yeah. Okay, so what is literature review? So according to this Cochrane, collaboration body, they defined review of literature as a review of a clearly formulated question that uses systematic and explicit methods to identify, select, and critically appraise relevant research and to collect and analyze data from the studies that are included in the review. So systematic literature review itself is one of the powerful method or evidence-based research practice in terms of making conclusion about something. For example, if the health minister wants to recommend some vaccine for curing, let us say, some disease in India, almost half a dozen of vaccines are available across the globe. Which vaccine I should be recommending? So for that, what they can do is they can perform some meta-analysis. So how do they do the meta-analysis? Whatever may be the research papers published related to all those 6 or 12 vaccines that is already available in the literature, they can do some overall analysis about all those existing findings. And then finally, that meta-analysis evidence will give them some rough idea about, some clear idea about understanding the efficacy rate of any one of the vaccine to cure that particular disease. Through that way, they can take the final call. Okay, my government is going to recommend this particular vaccine for my people for curing or solving this particular issue. Making sense? That is how they take policy decisions by running meta-analysis studies. Especially in medical science literature, they have a process called pre-registration of their SLR work. What do you mean by pre-registration of SLR work? For example, if you go to this Cochrane collaboration site, there you have the provision to do the pre-registration of your meta-analysis or systematic literature review. So in pre-registration, once you are done with the pre-registration, that pre-registration detail will be available to the entire global audience. Basically, what you are trying to tell them is, I'm working on so and so topic. I'm trying to work on this particular topic related to systematic literature review. You don't work on the same topic. You don't work on the same thing. So that is how they try to provide information to the global audience by making pre-registration of their systematic literature review studies, especially in meta-analysis. Large scale meta studies and all, they do that. Dr. Hafiz, now with AI technology, one can prepare a paper in 8 minutes. So what is your opinion about such paper? See, you can use AI for research, but there is a if condition. What is the if condition? Where and all it can be used. How best you can capitalize AI? Where and all you can use. So especially for writing the content, you should not use generative AI. For example, in some of the workshops personally I have seen, they say that you upload 10 papers, it will give you the summary of your past literature on these 10 papers, then copy paste it in your manuscript. It's a bullshit thing, it's completely illogical thing. You should not do that. You should not do that, because now there are tools available in the literature which can detect the AI-based text percentage. For example, in Turnitin they have that, but it's not the fine-tuned package that is coming up with the Turnitin. But in the near future, we might be having better tools to detect AI-generated text in the manuscript. So I think you would have seen a lot of posts in LinkedIn saying that certainly I can write an introduction for this topic, something like that. They just copy pasted everything, but I mean bluntly from ChatGPT to or any of the LLM to their manuscript, and then it got published even after several rounds of review and all. So retraction is one of the major concern these days, and one of the major reason for retraction is these sort of issues. So at any cost, for writing purpose, don't use LLMs, especially for generating the text. Identifying the grammatical mistakes, up to some extent you can use AI tools, but you try to manually correct everything. So don't try to refine the text, don't try to generate the text using LLMs. It's completely illogical, and none of the journalists claiming that or saying that you can very well use LLMs for generating the text. Making sense? I have enough evidences to claim my argument, justify my argument, but this is not the right forum to discuss all those things. How can such it be stopped, sir? I don't know what is going to happen in the near future, but now in most of the, especially top tier journals, they have really stringent methodology in terms of directing all those things. And moreover, people are questioning the credibility of the peer review process that is happening in so-called mediocre journals as well as low quality journals. Even though it is listed in, let us say, as far as ABDC ranking A or B category is concerned, there also some of the papers review is compromised actually. I don't know what is going to happen in the near future. One way, Gen AI related issues are also cropping up here and there. Another side, peer review quality is also going down. Another side, journals also claiming that you should not use LLMs for peer review purpose. But another side, in ChatGPT, you have some custom GPTs where you can upload your manuscript that will do the peer review, and then that will throw you whole lot of comments to revise your manuscript. That is also happening. Another side, people say that any of the copyrighted material should not be uploaded into LLMs like ChatGPT or Copilot and so on. But another side, people are saying that you can upload research papers to get summary. You can upload the research papers to understand the paper content. You can upload the research paper into LLM to understand some of the complex concepts and so on. That is also happening. So we don't have really clear-cut boundary condition for all of these things. But in the near future, definitely we will be having clear-cut boundary condition for all of these things. I'm hoping that something will happen in the near future. So what is retraction in qualitative studies? Is it related to AI-generated content? I'm not sure. So far, I've not seen any retraction that took place for qualitative studies. Could be AI-generated content could be one of the reason, Teresa ma'am. I'm not sure about that. But in most of the quantitative studies, there are cases where they have compromised the quality of quantitative data. They have compromised some of the analysis. They were not able to replicate the results which was presented in the statistical tables. These are some of the obvious reasons. Plagiarism is again another reason. These are some of the obvious reasons why papers are getting retracted, especially in quantitative domain related papers are concerned. But so far I have not seen any qualitative related paper which got retracted from any of the top 10 journal. There could be some paper, but I'm not aware of it. Maybe in Google Scholar, you just type quality as a keyword. Attach retraction as another keyword. Probably you may get some papers. I'm not sure about that. Fine. So why we do systematic reviews? Why we do systematic reviews? According to this, paper citation, these are the 5 major objectives or maybe purpose why we do systematic reviews. One is drawing robust and broad conclusions about some area of research or maybe some domain or some particular topic or particular theory. It can be anything. And then we are trying to critique the past literature. We are trying to synthesize the past literature. This is also like another reason why we are trying to do systematic reviews. Then develop and evaluate a new theory or evaluate an existing theory. For example, I have shown some of the papers from Academy of Management Review and Academy of Management Annals, right? So there they try to come up with a new sort of theory with the help of systematic reviews. That is how they publish their papers. And we also try to provide implications to the practice world. For that also we can do a systematic review. Then you can outline important direction for future research. I mean, deriving some of the possible gaps from the existing literature. For that also, you can do systematic review. These are the 5 major reasons why you can do systematic reviews. And what are the different types of systematic reviews are available in the literature? So you have, I mean, under the quantitative umbrella, you have a type called meta-analysis. Then you have something called meta-synthesis. You have something called meta-synthesis, and then you have something called narrative reviews. So any idea about meta-analysis, narrative reviews, and then meta-synthesis? Anybody from the audience side? Maybe you can come to the live chat and you can share your views. So what is meta-analysis? What is meta-synthesis? And then what is narrative reviews? These are the 3 major forms of reviews. I mean, systematic reviews are available. Anyone?
So
We can be little
meta-analysis,
interactive.
meta-analysis, I think I have a little vague idea. Uh, um, uh, it is taken for a time period, say a decade or two, and a concept how it has evolved, and it gets into the content of the research publications to identify relationship between the variables under study in during that period, the chosen period. Say I have taken a decade of say work-life balance for meta-analysis. So from 2010 to 20, it tries into go into the content of the paper to identify the kind of relationship and how the concept has evolved. This is my understanding about meta-analysis.
Nice, man. Nice answer. Yeah, any other quick answers from others?
Sir, meta-analysis is analysis of quantitative derivations. That we call meta-analysis in research.
Correct, ma'am. Correct. Your answer is also right only. See, in meta-analysis, what we try to do is quantitatively, we try to verify some of the well-established existing relationships in the literature. For example, I'm trying to understand some of the antecedents for work-family balance. So in this research, what I do is I try to gather almost all sort of past empirical papers wherever they have tested the relationship between some of the antecedents effect on work-family balance or work-life balance. So wherever work-life balance is being treated as dependent variable, that should be the focal construct as far as this particular meta study is concerned. And then I'll be collecting almost all sort of literature evidences. It can come from the journal sources, it can come from the thesis sources, unpublished dissertation sources, unpublished conference paper sources, or unpublished manuscript sources, or published manuscript sources, or published references in some of the top tier journals. It can be anything. So I have to collect almost all sort of empirical evidences wherever they have connected, let us say, some of the antecedents or some of the IVs with work-life balance. And I'll be doing some coding in the Excel. So the coding process goes like this. So for any meta-analysis, what I need is I just need sample size information as well as bivariate correlation values between that X variable and outcome variable, or the regression beta or regression B values for the relationship between that X variable and Y variable. And this has to be collected from the past literature evidences, and then I'll be doing some analysis about all of these analysis. So I'll be doing some kind of overarching analysis about all of these analysis, and then finally I can provide some conclusive evidence about what is happening in the literature with respect to understanding the relationship between set of antecedents and work-family balance. So that is how we do the meta-analysis. While doing this, we also infer certain things related to whether certain relationships are contingent in nature or contingent by some of the moderators, or certain relationships are really weak, whether certain relationships are really strong, whether certain relationships are positive for some context and negative for some context. Those sort of overall findings I can collect from the meta-analysis results. That is possible. And while doing this, I can also assess the publication bias. I can also assess the heterogeneity in the findings. So there are other set of outputs can also be produced with the help of meta-analysis. Meta-analysis itself is a powerful research approach for synthesizing the past literature especially dealing with or handling quantitative sort of evidences that is existing in the past literature. So that is how we do the meta-analysis. So this is simple overview in terms of understanding meta-analysis. There are whole lot of references are available in the literature. To understand something more about meta-analysis, for more details, you just go to Google Scholar, type meta-analysis as a keyword, you get a lot of research papers. Then you have another approach called, I think there's a question posted in the, yeah, Dr. C. Teresa HR scoping review. So I'll come to that slide, ma'am. I do have a slide to explain something about scoping review order. Just give me some time, ma'am. Yeah. So what is narrative reviews and meta synthesis? In narrative reviews, what we do is basically wherever you have evidences, wherever you are trying to synthesize some of the evidences, that too purely based on quantitative studies. I'm not going to perform any meta-analysis. Rather, I'm trying to synthesize the quantitative findings that is available in the literature. In those cases, I can do narrative reviews. In those cases, I can do narrative reviews. In the case of meta synthesis, what is happening is meta analysis is done with respect to utilizing quantitative findings from the literature. Meta synthesis is done with respect to utilizing qualitative findings that is coming from the literature. So that's the difference between meta analysis versus meta synthesis. Narrative review, in narrative reviews, we use quantitative finding based study evidences to synthesize the literature, but we never perform any sort of quantitative analysis as part of the narrative review process is concerned. Whereas in the case of meta synthesis, we do, kind of analysis using qualitative evidences that is there in the literature. For example, for certain discipline or certain concepts or maybe for certain phenomenon, you may not be having any quantitative findings in the literature. Rather, you may have to work with qualitative findings. And when you have only qualitative findings in the literature, and when you're trying to conceptualize something, I think you can make use of meta synthesis as an approach. So for this also, there are references available in the literature. So according to this paper, there's all the different types of reviews are available, but some of the types are overlapping in nature. So I'm not going deeper into everything, but broader level, you try to understand different types of LRs available as far as this paper is concerned. One is domain-based reviews, second one is theory-based reviews, and then fourth one is method-based reviews, and then you have meta-analysis. So already we spoke something about meta-analysis. Let me give you some explanation to understand method-based reviews. In method-based reviews, what do they do is they consider certain method as a concept as far as the review process is concerned, and whatever may be the papers utilized or utilizing that particular method, so they try to do a synthesis around that particular method itself. So those sort of papers are referred as method-based review articles. For example, in one of the top marketing journal, there is a paper published. Let me show you that paper. If you look at this paper, see, event study methodology in the marketing literature and overview. So this paper got published in Journal of Academy of Marketing Science. So they did a complete review on the basis of event study methodology. It's a kind of review paper, but their focus is on ultimately covering some of the past evidences related to marketing domain wherever they have used event study methodology. So this is one of the example paper to understand, methodology related review. So something similar to this, lot of papers are available in the literature. For example, qualitative data analysis methods or quantitative data analysis methods, or review of regression applications in management research, or review of causal influence approach application in management research, something like that. So if you're trying to do some review around that particular method or that particular technique or that some particular tool, that becomes your methodology based review. Then you have theory based reviews. In theory based reviews, what do they do is they pick up some theory that is well utilized or maybe well researched in the past literature, and they try to conduct review around that particular theory. Wherever or whichever the papers they have used that particular theory as part of their research work, so basically all those papers will be considered by the researchers in terms of conducting that particular review. Something similar to method. Here the focus is on theory. Then you have domain-based reviews. In domain-based reviews, what is happening is, I think my window got changed. Okay, let it be. So in domain-based reviews, what is happening is, so there are different types of reviews are available. One is structured review. Second one is framework-based review. Then third one is bibliometric review. Bibliometric is also coming as one of the sub part of domain-based review. Then you have a hybrid review. Then you have review aiming for theory development. These are the different types of reviews available. So in review aiming for theory development, I think already I spoke much about theory development. For example, the kind of papers published in Academy of Management Review, Academy of Management Annals. So they aim for developing theory. For example, in structured review and framework based reviews, no, they try to consider some framework or maybe some major phenomenon, and then whatever may be the papers available around that particular framework or maybe around that particular concept, they try to do some research. I mean, they try to do some review. Bibliometric, anyway, in the next session, we are going to have some discussion. These are the different types of reviews available as far as that particular paper is concerned. Now, if you look at this particular paper, this is one of the recent reference got published in Journal of Management Studies, FT50 journal. And according to this paper, they say that when you are trying, I mean, you can actually advance the theory with the review articles. That's the title of the paper. Just look at the title of the paper, Advancing Theory with Review Articles. And if you go through this paper, no, they have given different avenues for developing the theory through review of literature method. For example, one of the approaches exposing emerging perspectives. Second approach is analyzing assumptions. Third approach is clarifying constructs. Fourth approach is establishing boundary conditions by bringing some of the moderators for the relationship between some x and y. Then testing new theory. Then theorizing with system theory approach. These are all the possible avenues available. The way in which how one can advance the literature or advance the theory through review method. Then the final approach which was mentioned in this paper goes like this, theorizing with mechanisms. So these are the different approaches they have given. We can have a separate session to talk about this paper content. That much of content is available, but now I'm not going to discuss everything. Just look at this paper. This is one of the important or must read paper when you are trying to do some review related research work. Just look at this paper title, Theorizing Through Literature Reviews, the Minor Prospector Continuum, Organizational Research Method Journal. So Organizational Research Method Journal is one of the really top tier journal. So for, to understand the research methods or methods used in organizational research work. So for more details, you can go through the journal. So as far as this paper is concerned, I think somebody brought my video picture that is also shown in this slide, but I'm not sure whether you are seeing my video or seeing the complete picture of this slide. I don't know how to move my image. Anyway, that's fine.
Oh, just a minute, sir. I made it interactive. I think let me move it.
Fine.
It's immersive actually. Let me make it.
Yeah, I understand, sir. Yeah. But I don't know whether the full slide is visible to the participants because for me,
I think I have moved it now.
Yeah. Fine. So if you look at this particular picture now, so one side you have minor spectrum, another side you have prospector. So there are different approaches that can be utilized by the researchers in terms of writing their review paper. If those approaches are coming under minor spectrum means the possibility of getting top tier acceptance is very bleak. I mean, very difficult to get the acceptance from top tier journals. If your review approaches somehow coming under prospector umbrella means the possibility of getting acceptance from really top tier journal like Academy of Management Review, Academy of Management Annals are, very much possible. That is possible. It doesn't mean that since you are using this particular approach, it can be accepted in those journals. But again, You have to read those journals in terms of understanding the way in which how the people have written those sort of research work. So I mean, it's a time consuming process. Reading AMR paper itself is a big challenge for researchers like us. So I don't know how many of you are, I mean, read or reading continuously some of the papers coming from Academy of Management Annals and then Academy of Management Review and then Academy of Management Journal. So if you want to understand the real research rigor, please start reading those sort of papers. So if you look at this minor spectrum, if you're simply spotting some conceptual gap and then if you're trying to write some review around that particular conceptual gap, I don't think so that can be published in really top-tier journal. Then organizing and categorizing the literature. For example, organizing, categorizing the literatures can be done very well done using tools like bibliometric analysis and all. If you're using those sort of approaches, I don't think so that can be published in really top-tier journals. Then problematizing the literature is one of the effective method. If you're trying to problematize the literature, for example, if you want to understand the meaning of what is problematizing, please look at the literature coming from Sandberg and Alverson. There's a paper published in Academy of Management Review in 2011, generating research questions through problematization by Sandberg and Alverson. So you just go through that paper, you will get to know about what is problematizing. Even problematizing can be used as one of the effective method under the systematic literature review. That is also possible. Then identifying and exposing contradictions. So whatever may be the contradictions that exist in the literature, if you are able to identify those contradictions that exist in the literature and if you are able to expose them to the public audience in the form of review papers, I think you are doing a nice job of writing the paper. So with this approach is slightly coming between prospector as well as minor umbrella. Then transferring theories across domains. For example, some theory is existing in some other domain or allied discipline. Now you are bringing or borrowing that particular theory and then you are trying to apply it in the domain of management discipline. Even through that way also you can write interesting review papers. You can come up with a new theory also altogether. That is also possible. For example, if you go to AMR, there's a paper published in 2023 or 24. That paper talks about integrating music with task performance. So working to the beat, that's the paper title. When you Google for that particular paper, there they have integrated music with the task performance in organizational context, how music is affecting task performance. So basically music is coming from music domain, and so far in the management literature, not even single reference is available in terms of talking about the connection between music as well as employee task performance. But they could able to successfully connect all those things and it got published in one of the top 10 journal. So that is how they try to merge two different major literature together with the help of writing those sort of good quality theory development based review papers. Then developing analogies and metaphors across domains. This is also like another powerful method. Then blending and merging of literatures across domains, like kind of interdisciplinary sort of merging can be done. That is also possible. Then setting out new narratives and providing new conceptualizations for the currently emerging phenomenon. That is also like another one of the powerful approach. So if you are using some of the approaches that is coming under prospector umbrella, no, which means that you are doing really nice job of writing the review paper, and the possibility of getting acceptance from top tier journalists very high. For more details, my suggestion is you please go through this paper. A lot of content is available in this paper. One can have a separate semester long course on understanding all of these approaches. Each and every approach can be taught for at least 1.5 hour time. So one can have a 2 credit or maybe 1.5 credit course on explaining this paper alone. That much of content is available. And another beauty of this paper is for each and every approaches, they just cited some of the past evidences and then what exactly they have done as part of that particular review and what was the overall contribution of that particular manuscript. So all those things are mentioned here. You can actually call out all those cited references and then you try to understand something more about the way in which how they have done something about that particular approach. For example, if you look at blending and merging of literature across domains. So one of the example is, for example, here in Santos et al. 2018 paper, they try to blend business and management scholarship with disciplinary areas related to human studies such as sociology and anthropology. So sociology is coming under social science domain, anthropology is coming under social sciences domain. Now they are trying to bring and merge human studies literature with business and management domain. This is how some major literatures were blended into a single concept. Then look at this one, setting out new narratives and conceptualizations. For example, if you look at this Rhodes and Pullen 2018 paper, they draws upon insights from feminist theory and political theology, articulating corporate business ethics as a public glorification of corporate power. So they are borrowing notions from feminist theory umbrella as well as political theology. Theology is somewhat related to philosophy and spiritual literature. Now they are bringing some notion from political theology and then feminist theory to conceptualize something about, public glorification of corporate power. Something interesting, really interesting. And look at this Bundy et al. 2017. Reviews literature on crisis and crisis management across disciplinary silos from strategic management, organization theory and organizational behavior, public relations and corporate communication. Then another reference is from this Aldrich in 2014, draws on a range of literature across domains of routines, habits and heuristics to argue that entrepreneurs acquire the knowledge they need to organize new business across their lifetimes. This is how some of the interesting literature or concepts are actually borrowed from other domain in terms of conceptualizing something in your native domain. For more details, please go through this paper. You will get really insightful understanding on writing review papers. Kirti, can you differentiate between meta-analysis and narratives? And I think I have given explanation, Dr. Kirti. Can you mention the author for understanding problem? Yeah, the paper is, let me show you that paper. Just a second. So you just go to Google Scholar and then what you do is you just type generating research questions by Sandberg. Just type Sandberg. You will get this paper. This is the paper reference. I'm just posting the paper link in the chat box just for your reference. There are 5 different approaches are given here with respect to problematizing the literature. So one is questioning the in-house assumption of the theory. Second one is questioning the root metaphorical assumption of a concept or theory. Third one is changing the paradigm assumption. Fourth one is field assumption and then ideology assumption. These are the 5 approaches proposed in this paper. For more details, just go through this paper. And both the authors have written a separate textbook on understanding research question or problematization process. The title of the book is Constructing Research Questions. This is the book title. Constructing Research Questions by Sandberg and Alverson. So for more details, you can go through this book. I think now the second edition is available. There's a first edition of the textbook. This is the book I was talking about. So Indian version is not available. Same person, Sandberg and Alverson. They only wrote this book based on their past references. Fine. Now let me go back to my PPT. So how do you conduct the systematic review? These are the process you have to follow. So first process is scoping of your review. Second one is planning. Third one is identification. Fourth one is screening the literature evidences. And then fifth one is eligibility. Identifying the eligibility for inclusion of that particular reference in your review process. Then assessing the study quality, and then finally presenting the literature review in the form of a research paper. So these are the 7 stages you have to follow in terms of conducting the systematic reviews. So now we'll discuss one by one. So in the scoping stage, what exactly you are supposed to do is you need to formulate one or more research questions. So simple logic is whatever may be the area you are trying to do some review, please do a literature review. Are there any reviews already published in the literature related to that particular concept or that particular topic? If something is recently published, it means there is no requirement, there is no need for conducting further review related to that particular topic. Provided you have a time gap of at least last 2 to 3 years of literature evidences are missing in that particular review paper means, I think you can add those 2 to 3 years of literature in addition to whatever they have explored maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago. That is possible. But in 2025 itself, there was a paper published where they are talking about the same thing which you are planning to conduct some review, right? I don't see any gap or I don't see any contribution that is going to come out of your systematic review paper. So please don't do that. What you do is you do a thorough literature review. If there are some review papers already published in the literature means there is no requirement of doing another round of review. That's the simple logic. So while formulating the research question, what are the questions you can ask yourself? What do you want to know and about what topics? Do you have a clear idea of the type of research findings that will be relevant to addressing your research questions? Who will be your audience? Who is going to read your paper? Why will a review be useful, especially in this topic or in this context? And be clear, specific, and answerable research questions are the starting point for a clear and comprehensive review. These are the few checklists or maybe questions you can ask yourself before you start doing the review. Then you consider the breadth of the review. What do you mean by breadth of the review? How many papers are available in the literature? For example, the topic which you are considering, no, it's a very niche topic and hardly you have references. Assuming that you have only 20 or 30 art references in the literature, I don't see any requirement of conducting some review because hardly you have references in the literature. Yeah, again, you can ask me a question, what should be the sizable number? If at all I have or I could able to fulfill this condition, I can start doing some review. It depends. It depends. If the area is niche, if only 20-30 journals papers are available or empirical papers are available, and if you are trying to synthesize something through meta-analysis, I think 20-30 paper references are sufficient. But if you want to apply, let us say, bibliometric analysis to understand what happened in the past related to that particular phenomenon, with the help of 20-30 references, I don't think so you can perform any meaningful bibliometric analysis. So that's the reason I'm using this term called it depends, depending upon your objective, depending upon your research question, depending upon the requirement, you need to take a call whether really some reviews required for this particular topic, considering the limitation of number of citations or number of papers available at this juncture. So this is one of the major point you need to consider. Then clarify whether a review has already been done in this area. I think just now I spoke something about this. If already some review is available means there is no requirement in terms of further carrying out one more round of review related to the same topic. Then become familiar with the literature. You need to get some familiarity over the literature. That is one of the essential points. Then updating an existing systematic review. For example, in medical science literature, up to 2022, somebody has done a review. Now those references are available. Now 23 to 25, I'm trying to add some of the literature evidences to the existing review. I think that is possible. They have some protocol in terms of adding additional reviews with the existing reviews. You just follow that, you can do that. That is possible. But in management domain, in management discipline, publishing these sort of review-based papers are really difficult. One more question, sir. If there is no existing evidence of relationship between the variables, how can we proceed with the literature reviews? However, we can logically establish a connection between the constraints. That's what I'm saying. No. For example, connecting music with task performance. Not even single empirical evidence is available in management literature. No. How they would have written that particular paper? So basically, they are trying to propose a new theory on connecting music with the performance. That is how they have written that paper and they have come up with a set of propositions. For more details, just go through that paper. So while creating their proposition, they would have cited past evidences, not necessarily coming from management literature where they have linked music with the performance. They would have connected music with the performance related outcomes in some other context. For example, for autism kids, whether music therapy is helping them to progress well in terms of their thinking process concern. There could be evidence available. They would have borrowed that particular notion in terms of expecting the similar kind of relationship in work setting where how music is affecting task performance level of the people. That is how they create the propositions. Now, as a researcher, as an empirical research person, we can take out one or two, propositions from those papers, and then we can empirically validate it by doing some empirical research. That is also possible. That is how the theories are getting developed. That is how the theories are also getting tested. Another way of developing theory through review is, for example, there are some AMR papers available. They would have used past empirical evidences to create their overall picture about what happened in the past with respect to connecting, let us say, some resources with some family domain outcome or work domain outcome and so on. Again, they would have proposed a set of propositions in those papers. For example, there's a paper published in 2006 in AMR, Work Family Enrichment Theory by Greeners and Powell. You just go through that paper. They just used past empirical evidences related to connecting work and family domain resources and demands with family domain or domain outcomes, and then they have proposed a new theory called work family enrichment theory. So there are multiple approaches are available in terms of developing the theory through reviews. Those are two major approaches which I have seen, which I could able to understand from AMR references. I hope I have answered your question, Dr. C. Teresa. Yeah, now the second process is scoping is more of identifying the gap, proposing the research question or setting the contributions for your review paper. That is what scoping. Second one is planning. In the planning stage, what are the things you are supposed to do? So in the planning stage, you need to formulate unambiguous search terms that operationalize your research questions. So how do you create your terms for searching the literature? For example, I did some systematic review in 2012 related to work family conflict. So when you look at the work family conflict literature, no, they use terms like work work interference with the family, work family conflict, work interference with the family. There are different terminologies are used to refer the same thing. So now in your searching process, in your planning stage, you need to call out all sort of, terms that is widely cited or used in the literature. For example, consider different terminology. From the synonymous point of view, if you are trying to do some review related to recycling, you may have to consider recycle, refuse, salvage, recover. These are the synonymous words you may have to consider. Simply, you can't restrict yourself with respect to only recycle or recycling alone. Then singular versus plural form. For example, recycling versus recycled. Then different spellings. For example, in India, we use COLOUR to refer color. In British US English, they use COLOR as a color. So we may have to use both the spelling. For example, behavior, BHIVOR versus OUR. So both are two different spellings. We may have to consider if our consider something to do with considering two different spellings means you may have to consider both the spellings in your search process. Then broader versus narrower terms. Whether the review is restricted with respect to, let us say, India or within India, some states, that also you have to consider. Then classification terms used by databases. For example, in databases and all, they do use different classification terms to perform the search process with the shorter categories and so on. Even those things also you have to consider. Then the next process is you formulate your preliminary inclusion and exclusion criteria. How do you determine inclusion and exclusion criteria? Inclusion and exclusion criteria is something to do with your objective of the review. So for what purpose you want to do this review? For what reason you are performing this review? That will tell you whether this paper need to be included or not. For example, if I'm looking at antecedents affecting work-life balance, so I need to consider the papers wherever they have connected or considered work-life balance, work-family balance as an outcome. Wherever work family balance, work life balance is treated as antecedent for some other outcome, I think I have to remove all those citations from my database. Able to understand? So that is how you have to determine inclusion and exclusion criteria. Then you justify and the same thing, inclusion and exclusion criteria on the basis of your research questions, definition of the concepts, measures or key variables, research designs which you are considering. For example, if it is meta-analysis, you may have to definitely consider only quantitative finding based studies. You can't include qualitative findings in your meta-analysis. Then participants, time frame, data, and etc. These are all the things which will determine your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Then again, you revisit and reflect on inclusion and exclusion criteria because you try to think something from the reviewer's point of view. Assuming that if reviewer is going to ask me this question, how do I justify my inclusion and exclusion criteria? So you think something from the reviewer's point of view while planning for your systematic review itself. Don't think something during the writing process, during the design stage itself, you think something from the reviewer's point of view. Maybe you can have some discussion with your colleagues or maybe your supervisor. So those are the inclusion and exclusion criteria I'm going to consider. Does it make any sense to you? So probably you can seek some feedback from your peers. That is also possible. Then create clear record keeping, whatever may be the keywords you are using in terms of downloading the papers. You please maintain all those things in your record or Excel file or Word. Dr. Manoj Kumar, I thought of addressing this question. Let me speak something about this. Does A or A-star category journals accept literature-based articles? If yes, which is most acceptable, systematic review paper or bibliometric article or meta-analysis? So my view is, general take is, if your review is something advancing the theory or coming up with set of proposition or development of theory is taking place in your review means, I think most of the top tier journals will agree with your proposal. If you're just simply using some fancy techniques like bibliometric analysis, and then if you're going to list down, let us say, who is the top author, who is the top country, and then some citation occurrences, then network of co-authors. If you're going to present those sort of evidences in your review, I don't think so top tier journals will appreciate. I don't think so. You can't find not even single paper from annual reviews. You can't find not even single paper from Academy of Management Review, Academy of Management Analysis, Human Resource Management Review, where they did something purely on the basis of bibliometric analysis. I don't think so. You can't get not even single paper. Up to A level, you can use those sort of fancy things. But if you want to go beyond A level, I think in the 2 to 3 slide back, based on one of the organizational research methods journal, I have proposed a set of approaches, right? You have to consider any one of those prospector approach in order to target A star or above A level journals. This is my understanding based answer. And one more thing I just want to address based on this question. I have seen some of the review papers. They say that we restricted our search process with respect to only A star and A category journals. It's somewhat illogical. For their objective sake, for their research sake, that may be meaningful in nature. Doesn't mean that for every review, in every scenario, in every cases, you can consider that as an inclusion exclusion criteria. That is completely illogical. That is completely illogical. For example, if you are trying to do a meta-analysis related to some concept or major phenomenon in management domain, definitely you have to consider even C-level journal evidences, B-level or a simple scopus, even unpublished paper references, unpublished dissertation evidences as evidences. Otherwise, people will not agree with your proposal if you are going to restrict yourself with respect to A and A star alone. One reason, I mean, this is vague as well as my own understanding based reason why people are restricting themselves with respect to A and A star is because the review process is really fine-tuned and easily implementable. That could be one of the reasons. Beyond that, I'm not thinking anything why people are restricting themselves with respect to A and A star category or some A star category journals with respect to reviewing the literature. But I have seen some papers in really top tier journals, especially methodology-based review papers. They say that we have considered only this top 10 journals in this domain for picking the references with respect to this particular review process is concerned. That is also possible. That's what I'm saying. No, depending upon your objective, Depending upon your aim, you need to take that decision. Don't simply follow some of the published reference logic for your review purpose. And then you can also follow some of the recommendations given by Consort, Prisma, and then Mars, and then Moose. These are different guidelines available in the literature in terms of following or executing your systematic review process. Then how do you identify the papers? How do you identify the papers?
Sir, what is consort?
Consort is something similar to Prisma guideline, ma'am. Consort is something similar to Prisma guideline.
So, it can be used in management and social sciences research also.
Possible, ma'am.
Okay.
Possible. For example, this Moose is widely used in epidemiology wherever they are trying to do meta-analysis of observational studies. And Mars is meta-analysis reporting standards. If your review is kind of meta-analysis, I think you might have to use Mars guideline. Prisma is preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. Both for meta-analysis and systematic reviews, you can use Prisma guideline. And Prisma is one of the popular guidelines in India. I don't know who has popularized that particular approach, but it's one of the nice guidelines. I have seen some of the organizational psychology review papers where they have used Prisma guideline in terms of writing their systematic reviews. Fine. Then identification, searching process. How do you search? So you have to use different databases. Again, another limitation, another thing which I have noticed in the literature is they restrict their review process with respect to only using Scopus and Web of Science. That's fine. But if it is a macro level meta-analysis sort of review, review-based work, you may have to consider some of the gray literature also. What do you mean by gray literature? Some of the unpublished references can be collected through Google Scholar search or Google search, and there are some gray literature sources also available. You may have to consider those databases for getting those references. That is also possible. Fine. Why my screen is, yeah. Then next one is consider which part of articles you want to search, whether you want to search only abstract, full text, title. I think these three are important elements. Beyond that, you can consider something else also. Then consider using limits and filters, whether you want to consider the papers that is coming from only business, psychology and decision sciences domain, or almost all other disciplines like sports domain, and then anthropology domain, sociology domain, economics domain, and so on. This is what limits and filters. Then consider using Boolean operators like and, or, and not, and so on, or not, and so on. Those are the different Boolean operators usually people consider in systematic reviews. And you can also use truncations. What do you mean by truncation? For example, in some databases, they use asterisk as a truncation, dollar symbol as a truncation. So the truncation symbol is also purely depending on the databases which you are going to consider for your review. For example, if you use the truncation like this, WEIGH dollar means it will consider weight, weigh, as well as weighing, and then weight. All of these terminologies will be attached to this WEIGH asterisk or maybe dollar symbol. For example, woman, MAN, MEN, both will be considered. So for those sort of things, they use this sort of truncation symbol. Then you have something called wildcard symbols. In some databases, they use hashtag, question mark, dollar symbol as a wildcard symbol. For example, see WOM hashtag N. It will find papers containing the words like WOMEN as well as WOMAN. Both will be considered in your searching process when you use the wildcard symbols like this. Able to understand? Then you can also use truncation between words also. For example, midsummer truncation asterisk dream will return results that contain the exact phrase a midsummer night's dream. Using parentheses because comments within this run first. Example, smoke or tobacco. So within parentheses also you can use this, that too with the double quotation mark. Then searching by publication year. This is one of the simple easiest method in terms of limiting your searching process. Then you need to ensure inter-rater reliability if it is a meta-analysis study. Then you try to carefully inspect the search results. Then conduct additional searches to ensure that all potentially relevant published and unpublished work has been located as well as included in your systematic review process. Then you may have to consider some of the unpublished work. How do you download the unpublished work? You can use some of the databases like opengrade.eu, and then Sherpa Open DOER, WorldCat site, Google, and Google Scholar. These are some of the great literature sources where you can get some of the unpublished evidences.
Murugan sir, sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Shall
ma'am.
we take a 15 minutes break, sir?
Yeah, fine, ma'am.
Till 3:45?
Yeah, fine, ma'am.
Maybe after that you can continue, sir.
Yeah, fine.
You've been talking for a while, no? Maybe you can also.
No, that's fine, ma'am. That's fine. Yeah. We can have, ma'am. We can have. Yeah.
Okay, then we'll be back by 3:45, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Dear participants, you can take 15 minutes break. So we request you to stay online and kindly join by 3:45. Okay. Murugan sir, shall we continue, sir? Yeah, Murugan sir, shall we resume our session, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay. You can
Ma'am,
start.
can you help me to clear this annotations? I'm trying to locate that annotation button. So
Sure, ma'am. Sure, sir. We'll do that.
yeah. Notes is there, whiteboard is available, caption, but where is that annotation option? I'm not getting. Okay, anyway, that's fine. So, okay, attendance link exam. Okay, fine. So now the next process is you have to screen the manuscripts, what are maybe the manuscripts you have downloaded. So now you have to manually screen the, manuscripts. So there are tools available. You can also make use of it. For example, if you use EndNote, no. For example, one side I'm bringing papers from Web of Science, another side I'm bringing papers from Scopus. Some of the evidences may be redundant in nature. For example, whatever is coming out of Scopus, some of those papers might be coming again through Web of Science. So in those cases, what you can do is actually you can upload everything into some reference management software, and then that reference management software will help you to identify the duplicate cases. That is possible. So up to that extent, you can use Citation Manager for doing this. Then next, what you can do is once the duplicates are removed, now manually you have to screen almost each and every manuscript. So for that, I'm not sure are there any AAs are available, but even if some AA can do the job, means don't trust AA thing blindly and bluntly. So better you try to do some manual process. There you can use two different independent researchers in terms of screening the entire manuscripts. Then next, what you do is once it is done, you consider the eligibility criteria. Then you try to remove and extract some of the informations, full text. Then finally, you can also do the study quality. So there are different tools and protocols are available in the literature in terms of assessing the study quality, but I'm not going in detail into all those things. So after that, what you do is you have to present your systematic review evidence in the form of a research paper. So what should be there in the introduction section? For example, in any review paper, this is going to be the rough skeleton or maybe rough structure of your manuscript. So in the introduction section, you need to say what has been done in the past so far and why this review is required at this moment and what exactly you are going to contribute at the end of the manuscript. So this is going to be the rough content that should be there in your introduction section. Once it is done, now you move on to the method part. So in the method, you discuss something about whatever may be the search criteria you have used, screening criteria you have used, filtering criteria you have used, and then inclusion, exclusion criteria you have considered. So all of those, and then the search keywords which you have used, truncation or wildcard samples you have used, and then the databases considered for downloading the papers or maybe collecting the review references. So all of these things need to be done in the method section. Then after that, you go to the result section. Depending upon the tool which you are using. For example, if you are using meta-analysis, if the paper is something to do with meta-analysis, so you say something about under the meta-analysis which software you are using. Within meta-analysis, whether you are using meta-regression or meta-sim or just the meta-analysis to identify the heterogeneity in the data and the publication biases. So that you have to narrate. Then once the result is presented, now you try to infer the results. For example, meta-sim based papers, they also come up with set of hypotheses, and then those hypothesis results will be provided after the presentation of the statistical outputs in the result section. So you take each and every hypothesis, the way how we write the empirical research paper, right? Same way you do the meta-analysis and related or meta-regression related results. Then once that is done, you go to the discussion section, you try to summarize the literature progress, then you propose the future direction for the study. If it is a pure hardcore theory development paper, that proposal should go in the form of your propositions basically. So you present your theoretical argument in the form of a theoretical framework, and then you call out each and every section of the relationship or causal mechanism that is existing in your theoretical model. Then later you try to present everything in the form of separate or individual propositions. So that is how you have to craft your systematic review papers. So that's all about systematic review. So this is like a rough idea only because I have a lengthy version slide deck, but the slide deck which I have used for this particular session is not even 30-40% of the entire content. So a lot more things can be discussed here, but I'm not bringing all those things here. Even while doing this, I also show them how to do the systematic review by using Scopus and Web of Science and all, because I do have access for those things. But here we do not have enough time to do that. And I also came to know that through Murli sir, I think one of the previous speaker also demonstrated how to use Boolean operators and all in the systematic review process. So I'm not repeating the same thing once again here. Fine. So now what we can do is we'll move on to the bibliometric part. So my suggestion is what you do is I have uploaded two different Scopus files in the folder. If you go to the Google Drive folder, maybe Murli sir can send you the Google Drive link, or in the Zoom, let me see whether attachment option is available. Yeah, attachment option is available. Let me reshare everything here. No, from local computer, I could not upload anything here. That provision is not available. So maybe, Murli sir can share the Google Drive link. So what I'm asking you to do is, I just downloaded this particular Scopus data. I just downloaded this Scopus data from Scopus website only. So this data contains 4,963 documents related to generative artificial intelligence. So what I did was in Scopus, I just used generative artificial intelligence as a keyword. Okay, generative artificial intelligence as a keyword. And then I did the search, something similar to this. I could source 11,000 plus records. But what I did here was I just restricted this search with respect to only subject area considering business and management and then psychology. These are the two domains I have considered. So I got, psychology and then social sciences, then decision sciences. Then I have also considered economics. That's it. So when I limited the search like this, I got 4,600 something. I think excluding economics, you will get 4,000 something data points. So that data only I just exported and then uploaded into your Google Drive. I'm not sure whether you have access to Scopus, because I have access to Scopus. So I could able to download all those references. Now what I'm going to do is I'll show you how to perform some basic level of bibliometric analysis using VAST Viewer. VAST Viewer is one of the open source software. Same analysis can be done with the help of ChatGPT, with the help of R programming, with the help of Python packages. I'm not sure about are there any Python package available, but in R there's a bibliometric package available in our environment. With the help of that also you can do. Even you can also use R Shiny app for running the bibliometric analysis. That is also possible. But everything will give you almost similar kind of result only. Whether you are going to perform the analysis, you see if the technique, if the analytical approach is same across all of these packages, means you get same result only. Okay, but in different packages you get different provisions or different options. But based on my assessment, that R package as well as VAST Viewer both are doing really good job with respect to running the bibliometric analysis. So for this session also I'm going to use VAST Viewer only. But before that, what I'll do is I'll give you some rough idea in terms of understanding bibliometric analysis, and then we'll get into the hands-on activity. Meanwhile, my suggestion is you please try to download VAST Viewer software from Google. It's open source only. Second is you go to the Google Drive link. Maybe Murli sir can send you the Google Drive folder link. With the help of that, you try to download that Scopus data. There are two different files were uploaded. You can use any one of the file. Both the files are downloaded from Scopus only. Otherwise, I'll share my OneDrive folder link. With the help of that, you can download the Scopus database.
Dear participants, we have already shared the folder link with you, right? Maybe you can open source folder and access the files.
Yeah. So there's a Google Drive folder on my name, Murugan Pattasamy. You go inside into that, you will find these things. Yeah, I think somebody has responded. It is available. Okay, thank you. So from there you can download it. Because here I could not upload the file. File upload option is available in Zoom, but from local drive, I can't connect anything. Through Google Drive and OneDrive only, I have the provision to connect. Anyway, that's fine. So now what I'll do is I'll explain few basic concepts associated with the bibliometric analysis. Ma'am, can you clear this annotations, ma'am?
Actually, that option is not coming for me, sir, since you are sharing the screen.
Okay. Enable annotation for others. Layout and share option, optimize video sharing.
Or there'll be an eraser, sir. In the annotation, there'll be an eraser for you since you are sharing the screen. Maybe you can use that eraser.
I'm not getting that annotation toolbox, ma'am. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. Then give us 5 minutes, sir. I'll tell Murali sir to clear from his side.
That's fine, ma'am. No issues. No problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll get into this part. I don't take much of your time. We'll get into the hands-on activity. But before that, you please download VAST Viewer software and you try to download that Scopus data also. And then you yourself can practice something on the background while while showing the analysis process through Zoom window. So what is bibliometric analysis? According to this citation, bibliometric analysis is nothing but defined as a systematic approach that quantitatively analyzes scientific publications to identify research phenomena, employing mathematical and statistical techniques to investigate the structure, features, and patterns of science and technology. So whatever may be the things that is associated with, let me mute them. Yeah, it's muted. So whatever may be the bibliometric meta information you have, with the help of that, you can actually do some kind of quantitative analysis. And that quantitative analysis done against the scientific publication, right? That process is nothing but bibliometric analysis. That's the simplest definition I can give you here. And some of the possible research questions you can consider when you are trying to consider bibliometric analysis as an approach or review approach. So for example, you can create a research question to understand publication trend, and you can also identify the influential journals in that field. You can also identify the contributing authors, largely contributing authors in that domain. In that domain. You can also identify the sub themes. So identify the countries which is publishing, keep on publishing papers related to that particular research. Then you can also identify the influential articles or seminal articles related to that particular concept or domain. That is also possible. Then you can also identify the foundational theories and foundation articles related to that particular domain of literature. Then you can also do post-citation network analysis. So for example, who is connected with whom, whether the collaboration is happening within the school level or university level or inter-university level, all those things can be done. For example, if the bibliometric analysis is done against, let us say, that University of Hyderabad publication data. For example, I can completely download the university, upload all those information into vast viewer sort of software. Then I can call out a lot of information about what is happening inside at University of Hyderabad with respect to publications are concerned. In which domain more papers are available, which author is publishing more papers, and then the way how the collaboration is happening, what kind of topics are heavily researched in University of Hyderabad, whether it is science stream or social science stream, it can be anything. So those sort of inferences you can also draw by running that bibliometric analysis. That is possible. Then emerging themes that also you can identify, collaboration network, interdisciplinary themes, even that can be done. The dominant research method utilized in that particular domain of research. Then keyword co-occurrences and other related approaches. All of these things can be performed with the help of bibliometric analysis, and these are the possible research questions one can think of asking when they are considering bibliometric analysis as an analytical approach as far as their systematic review paper is concerned. Fine. Then if you look at this slide, again, this paper is slide content is purely based on this particular paper, one of the well-cited paper. So if you look at this paper, no, so when to use bibliometric analysis, I'm not going to discuss again systematic literature review, meta-analysis and all. When to use bibliometric analysis, just look at the goal of the bibliometric analysis mentioned in this paper. So when your goal is summarizing the large quantity of bibliometric data to present the state of the intellectual structure and emerging trends of a research topic or field, if that is going to be the goal, that bibliometric analysis is one of the effective method which you can utilize. And when to use, when the scope of review is really broad in nature, when you have more number of citations in the literature, when you have more set of references that is coming out of Scopus or Web of Science or any other sources, in all of those conditions, definitely you can use bibliometric analysis. When not to use bibliometric, when the scope of review is very specific, and when the data set is very small, let us say some 20-25 references are available, beyond that you can't get anything, because that phenomenon itself is a new sort of phenomenon. If that is the case, I don't think so. There you can use bibliometric analysis. And when studies in the field are highly heterogeneous in nature, and when the number of homogeneous studies is relatively low, when the number of high quality homogeneous studies is, these are the points that is for the meta-analysis, but up to here it is for bibliometric analysis. When the studies are heterogeneous and the studies are low, you can think of applying meta-analysis rather than bibliometric analysis. But when the scope is very large, when the data set is somewhat manageable, then definitely you can think of applying bibliometric analysis. That is possible. So scope is broad, data set is large, analysis is it's a kind of quantitative evaluation and interpretation. So this is how you can use, these are the few things you need to consider in terms of applying bibliometric analysis. Just look at some of the techniques which you can use as part of the bibliometric analysis. Some of the main techniques can be classified into two broader sections. One is performance analysis, second one is science mapping. So here I do not have provision to insert the citation for this slide content. Same citation only, this Navin Dhotu paper only I'm using here. Say this screenshot is also coming from the same reference, which was cited in the earlier slide. So as far as the performance analysis is concerned, so with respect to any theme or any topic, you can do total publication related analysis, number of contributing authors related analysis you can do, sole authored publications also you can identify, co-authored publications you can identify, then number of active years of publication, productivity per year, per active year of publication, then citation related metrics like total citations for the paper, average citations per paper, then citation and publication related metrics like collaboration index, collaboration coefficient, number of cited publications, proportion of cited publications, citations per cited publication, H index, G index, I index, I10, I100, I200 index. For all of these things, all of these things are somewhat related to performance analysis. Some of the packages, some of the softwares will give you everything. Some of the things may not be giving everything, for which you may have to use the raw formula to compute all those things. Then science mapping can also be done. With respect to citation analysis concern, you can do some kind of relationship among the publications that you can establish. Most influential publication you can detect. Then co-citation analysis you can do based on the cited references. Relationship among cited publications you can reveal. Then foundational themes from those cited references also you can reveal. Then bibliometric, bibliographic coupling can also be done. That is nothing but relationship among citing publications. Then periodical or present themes. Then keyword analysis, whatever may be the keywords available, based on that you can also do some keyword analysis. Then co-authorship analysis also you can do. For example, whether I'm having any co-authorship with international university affiliation or international authors. So those sort of things you can also reveal by doing this science mapping. But if you're going to do only this performance analysis and science mapping means, I don't think so. People will really appreciate your bibliometric analysis output. So how do you enhance your bibliometric analysis with the help of additional techniques that is coming under network metrics, clustering approaches, and then visualization approaches. So all of these things you can also use with respect to enriching or enhancing your bibliometric analysis paper. So to discuss whatever may be the points that is available here within this bibliometric analysis umbrella can be offered as a 5 days FDP. That much of content is available, but we are not going deeper into everything. So some of the key concepts associated with bibliometric analysis are given in these two slides. One is citation analysis. So in citation analysis, what we are trying to do is we are trying to analyze the relationship among publications by identifying the most influential publication in a research field. So that easily you can detect simply by looking at the citation count, based on the number of citations. Then co-citation analysis you can do. So this is done with respect to analyzing the relationship among cited publications to understand the development of the foundational themes in a research field. And bibliographic coupling is nothing but it is done to analyze the relationship among citing publications to understand the periodical or present development of themes in a particular research area. So even that can be done. Then covert analysis can be done. Covert analysis is done to explore the existing or future relationship among topics in a research field by focusing on the written content of the publication itself. For that particular purpose, you can do co-word analysis. And co-authorship analysis can be done to examine the social interactions or relationships among authors and their affiliations and equivalent impacts on the development of the research field. So these are the few concepts associated with bibliometric analysis. How do you do the bibliometric analysis? Again, this is attributed to same paper, Navin Dutta paper only. In fact, most of the slide content is based on that particular reference only. Step one is you define the aim and scope of the bibliometric study. So what do you want to achieve with respect to that particular, bibliometric study? Then choose the techniques for bibliometric analysis. So what are the sub techniques available, and then what kind of techniques you can also use in terms of understanding something. Then step three is collect the data for bibliometric analysis. You try to collect the information from Scopus as well as Web of Science. Then step four is run the bibliometric analysis and report the findings. So these are the four major stages you have to follow with respect to running any sort of bibliometric analysis. So now what I'll show you is I'll quickly show you how to upload the data and then how to run the analysis. And then few things we'll also discuss how best you can also infer those results in your manuscript. So these are the few things now we are going to do. And before that, for each and every step, there are some best practices based guidelines are given in the same paper. So with respect to defining the aim and the scope of the bibliometric study, what are the best practices you can consider? So first you need to understand what is the core aim of the study. For example, I have seen some bibliometric papers got published in European Journal of Management level. They analyzed almost past 30 or 50 years of published evidences in European Journal of Management to cull out some themes or major themes which was published in the past. So if that is going to be your aim or scope, I think you can do bibliometric analysis. That is possible. And is the scope of the study large enough to warrant the use of bibliometric analysis? This is the question you should ask yourself. Then once the scope is determined, you go to the step two. Step two is nothing but choosing the techniques for bibliometric analysis. So what bibliometric analysis techniques should be chosen to meet the aims and scope of the study? Assuming that at the journal level, if I'm trying to understand major themes that is coming out of past published references, there, I don't think so. I need to go deeper into understanding influential paper or understanding some theory or understanding some concept, because at the macro level I'm trying to say something about the journal. So in those cases, what kind of techniques I can use? I can use clustering technique, I can use bibliographic coupling technique, and then how that emerged theme has impacted the society with respect to some of the follow-up study evidences, cited evidences. So depending upon your objective or your research question initially that was proposed before starting the bibliometric analysis study, you need to select the appropriate technique. Then you collect the data for bibliometric analysis. How do you collect the data? Do the search terms exemplify the scope of the study? Is the coverage of the database adequate for the study? Whether getting data from Scopus alone is sufficient, or I may have to consider even Web of Science for getting the data. Then is the data free or error? Free of errors such as duplicates and erroneous entries. Does the final data set fulfill the requirement of the bibliometric analysis technique chosen for the study? So all of these things you need to consider when you're going for the bibliometric analysis. So while running and then while reporting the findings, what are the best practices you can follow? So first one is, can the bibliometric summary be easily understood by the readers? Does the writing align with the bibliometric summary presented? Does the writing explain the peculiarities and the implications of the bibliometric summary? Does the writing align with the target outlet for publication? So those are the checklist or self-assessment questions you can ask yourself with respect to running the bibliometric analysis as well as reporting the bibliometric findings. So now what I'll do is I'll show you few example references where they have used bibliometric analysis, so that you will be able to understand something more about the way in which how you can apply bibliometric analysis. For example, these are all the guideline papers. Just look at this paper, 2024 paper, and A-level journal, Journal of Business Research, decent journal. Why do so many digital transformations fail? A bibliometric analysis and future research agenda, right? So now if you look at this paper, basically they are trying to understand the reasons why digital transformations are failed in organization. So for this, you may have to consider the papers that is talking about reasons or failure reasons for digital transformation in organizational context. Just look at initially they have located 740 records, then they have selected only English peer-reviewed journal papers, and conference and editorials that are not relevant to digital transformation are almost 587 papers. Finally, they went with 120 papers coming from Web of Science database. These are the papers they have considered for this bibliometric analysis. And if you look at some of the results of bibliometric analysis that was presented in this paper, see, just look at here. Main information about data, time span they have considered 1994 to 2022. Sources, 90 sources. Documents, 120 papers. Average years from publication, 5.92. Average citations per document, 28.95. Average citations per year per document is 2.65. Total citing references are 7,061. And document types, they have given something, keywords, how many keywords they could able to call out, and author collaborations related index. This is one of the descriptive sort of finding which they have reported on the basis of the bibliometric analysis finding. And these are the keywords they have used in terms of culling out the papers from the database. Now, if you look at this particular thing, this is showing some kind of trend about number of articles that is being published in the literature related to reasons for or failure reasons for digital transformation. Then another finding which they have reported was some of the influential journals. IEEE Access has published 6 papers, and Technological Forecasting and Social Changes published 5 papers. Business Horizon published 4 papers. This is how they have listed down the journals related to that particular domain of literature. And which country, most cited countries? USA is topping the list because those authors have cited all of these 120 papers 2055 times. And next country is Netherlands, next country is United Kingdom, and so on. And then how many average article citations, those count also presented here. Then if you look at this one, they have given most globally cited document at each and every paper level. They have given the citation details here. This is again kind of descriptive statistic sort of thing. And then most frequent keywords used in those published references. For that also they have created a table and they have presented everything. And then here they have presented a network diagram sort of thing where, for example, some of the major themes that is coming out of all those 128 papers are innovation is one of the major theme, technology is another theme, strategy is another theme, information technology is another theme, whether innovation is connected with these things. For example, performance is connected with dynamic capability, competitive advantage, and so on. Then management is connected with some of the other related keywords. So this is how you will be able to understand the relationship of concepts through bibliometric analysis. Then later they have presented those themes also in the form of table and then in the form of thematic map. This output also you can get it from bibliometric analysis. Then they have given factors leading to digital transformation failure. So now they are trying to list down some of the factors that is leading to digital transformation failures. So this is how they have reported their findings. And finally, they are coming up with a digital transformation failure model. See, these are all the major reasons of failure: digital innovation related reasons, management related reason, digital technology related reason, information system related reasons. How do you cull out this information? For example, you get clusters of sub themes that exist with respect to digital transformation failure. When you go through those references, no, you will get the idea. For example, related to management related reasons, what are the failure reasons? So one such reason is lack of adequate guideline, lack of proper training, lack of top management readiness. This is how you have to bring the insights from the bibliometric analysis, and then finally you have to propose something in the form of a model or in the form of a process flow diagram or in the form of a checklist or maybe table and so on. This is what the final expected outcome of any of the review related thing, especially when you are using bibliometric analysis. That's the reason why this paper is sitting in JBR level. Otherwise, simply by providing all those bibliometric analysis evidences, I don't think so they would have accepted this paper at JBR level. I hope you got some rough idea about this particular reference. Maybe for more details, you just download this paper because that is anyway uploaded in the folder itself, and then you try to get some idea. So now what I'll do is I'll go to the WAS viewer and then I'll upload that, this particular data, and then I'll show you the way in which how the analysis can be done. Fine. Last one time I'll try to. Are you getting annotation option, anyone? Because I could able to see here enable annotations for others. Now I have enabled. Can you clear this? Yeah, now I got the option to clear this. Yeah, done. Fine. So now if you look at this one, no, basically I have got some 4,000 plus record related information downloaded from Scopus. I've not done any data cleaning because Scopus gives almost complete records. Whatever may be the selection criteria you have applied, based on that you will get everything. So now after downloading WAS viewer from the site, what you do is you just go to this open option. Sorry, you just go to this create option. So in the create option, you select this, create a map based on bibliometric data. Okay, so when you click this create option, right, you get this particular option. So by default, the first one will be selected because we are not giving the network data for doing this analysis. You select this, create a map based on bibliometric data. I think someone else is creating the nuisance. Please don't do any annotations. If you're asking me to stop the session, I'm ready to stop at any point in time, but don't do this. Yeah, I just cleared everything. Now let me disable the annotation options for others. Yeah, it's done. So you select the second option, create a map based on bibliometric data, bibliographic data, click next, and then you select read data from bibliographic database files. Because I have downloaded the information from Scopus database, so I must select this particular option. Then you click next. The data is coming from Scopus, so you select the Scopus database option here. Then you select the local drive where your data is available. My data is available in OneDrive folder. Just a second. It's there in OneDrive, invited talks 2025 MCC. So I'm selecting this reference. Meanwhile, let me close this Excel also. Okay. Then you click next. So now that data is getting uploaded into WAS viewer. Okay. So here, first one, what do you want to do? So for example, I want to do the co-occurrences. The connectivity among the keywords that I want to explore. So I'm just clicking co-occurrences based on the author keywords. Click next. So here, how many occurrences you want to consider? Whether that keyword should be repeated for 5 times or more than 5 times. So I'm just selecting 10 times as the option because I'm going to deal with a large number of keywords here. So click next, and then finish. Now you just see, this is how you get the clusters. So for example, if you go to this items menu, here you will get the clusters like this. Cluster 1 is there are about 43 papers are available, and one of the keyword is academic performance, adoption, artificial intelligence, literacy, attitude, college students, critical thinking. These are the few keywords that is representing cluster 1. And the second cluster is something related to ethics, governance, creativity, diffusion models, and so on. Third cluster is represented by 26 items, and that is something to do with some of the tools basically. Okay. Then cluster 4 is something to do with again AI literacy, academic search, GPT, ethics, education, and so on. Then cluster 5, cluster 6, cluster 7, cluster 9, cluster 12, and so on. This is how you get the clusters. If you think that these clusters are really too big, now what you can do is you can go to the the previous stage. There you try to increase the occurrences so that you can further reduce your cluster size. But how do I get meaningful clusters? How do I get meaningful clusters? So in order to get meaningful clusters, you may have to remove some of the unwanted keywords in the keyword column itself. Okay, how do you do it? That has to be done manually by referring the Excel file. For example, in author keywords or in any research paper keywords, we not only present that particular paper related concepts in the form of a keyword, we also present keywords, something related to, let us say, method. For example, structural equation modeling was used to test this model. So there in the keyword, author keywords, there could be a word called structural equation modeling. But for this analysis, that structural equation modeling is somewhat illogical. I need not to consider that keyword. So if you do this data cleaning at the Excel template level, no, here you will get really fine-tuned clusters. This is one of the, important output people will expect from any of the bibliometric analysis paper. And this is how you can create this particular structure. And here you can also, use this option like overlay visualization or density visualization. So whichever may be the topic that is highly dominant as far as this 4000 plus references are concerned, that will be highlighted in yellow color. So for example, if you go to network visualization, for example, I'm just selecting this this violet color. So artificial intelligence is connected with these many subtopics. Similarly, ChatGPT is connected with these many subtopics. So like that, you can also identify certain things. For example, if you, you can also export all of these groups item by cluster into Excel file, even that can be done. Now, if you go to this analysis, here we have used association strength as a method for creating this network. So here there are other approaches also available like fractionalization and then link-long modularity and so on. I'm not sure about this link-long modularization and all, but you can also use different approaches to create these clusters. That is also possible. For more details, you just look at VAS viewer, manual, user manual, you will get details about all of these things. Okay, this is one of the quick output you can get it from VAS viewer software. Then what else you can do? So again, I'm going to this file. Okay, just a second. Again, I'm going to file, create, same thing. Okay, now I want to understand something about which country is publishing keep on papers related to generative artificial intelligence. So I'm just selecting bibliographic coupling with the countries. Next. So here also let me consider 10 occurrences. Okay. Minimum citation count also you can consider. So I'm considering again 10 as a minimum citation count. Next. See which country is dominating generative artificial intelligence. So United States is by default dominating this literature. China, UK, Australia, Germany, Canada. Where is India? India is also up to some extent dominating this generative artificial intelligence related research topics. Now, if you go to this items menu, here you will get clusters of countries, but you can't call out any meaningful information from this. But this is how you get the countries association. Which country is dominating this particular research field. And similarly, you can also do one more thing. For example, Here you can select organization so that the affiliating university, which university is largely publishing papers related to generative artificial intelligence. So now you just look at, see which university is highly dominating: Arizona State University, Beijing Normal University, then the University of North Carolina. So these are the popular universities which is dominating this particular research field. That is how you can also identify the universities which is keep on publishing the papers. Similarly, you can also do one more thing, something similar to this. You can also identify the authors, dominant authors in this field. So minimum they should have 10 documents with at least 10 citations. Only 9 are meeting the threshold. So let me keep 5 citations with 5 articles per author. Now I'm just giving this as a final thing. Now we just look at which author is highly dominating. That detail also you can get it from here. So let me do it once again so that in the Excel file itself we can see. Just a second. See, so see, this author has published 13 documents with 336 citations. For example, yeah, Yogesh Dwivedi has published 20 articles related to generative artificial intelligence. Then Chiu Thomas KF published 15 articles. Then Lucas Konkei published 13 papers. This is how you can also list down the authors on the basis of their number of documents, number of citations, and then the total link strength. This is also possible. Then you can also do, okay, so you can also identify the influential journals, for example, sources. So next, at least 4 documents or 5 documents per source. Citation I need not to consider. Next, see, computers and education, artificial intelligence is one of the, okay, education and information technology is one of the source journal which has published almost 74 papers. Then computers and education, artificial intelligence has published 61 papers. Education sciences has published 50 papers. Frontiers in education has published 44 papers. IEEE Global Engineering Education Concepts has published almost 44 references. International Journal of Human Computer something has published 34. Interactive Learning Environment published 30. This is how you will be able to identify the influential journals. Okay. This is how you get the influential journal informations. Making sense? Then you can also do in the same bibliographic coupling, you can also identify the, okay, you can also do the post citations based on the cited references. So now you just look at, see, just look at here. So this is how, see, whatever may be the major themes emerged and whatever may be the papers citing that particular source reference, and all those connections you will be able to get it from here. And similarly, you can also do other things like, for example, co-authorship network also you can create. For example, among the authors you can create. This is how you can get the co-authorship related networks. Just see here, this is how the co-author network is getting established. Those who are having more than 5 co-authorship, okay, that's the criteria we have used. Similarly, this can be done among the organizations also, I mean the universities. Again, the 5 occurrences are kept it as a minimum thing. Now you just see which are the institutions having collaborations. That also you can reveal with the help of this. For example, if I consider this Deakin University, they have collaboration with Monash University, they have collaboration with British University, Vietnam, and they have collaboration with some Chinese university, then University of Hong Kong, then International University of something, Macquarie University Sydney. These are the collaborations they have. Those sort of influences also you can identify. For example, if you consider Arizona State University, they have collaboration with these many universities. Okay. Then next you can also do, for example, the same thing with respect to country. Among which are all the countries the network of, the collaboration is happening. For example, if you consider United States, US has collaboration with almost all sort of countries. Now I'm curious to understand something about India. Let me see India here. Can you identify India somewhere? Yeah, India is here. So India has collaboration with Austria. India has collaboration with Singapore. India has collaboration with United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria. So this is how you get the collaborations that was developed by Indian institutions with other countries affiliating in universities. So all of these things we are creating on the basis of the simple Scopus data which we have downloaded from the Scopus database. So beyond this also you can do a lot more things. So finally, I'll try to touch something about EndNote because there is a special request given by Murli sir to cover something about EndNote software. So let me try to do that as well. So any questions so far?
Can we ask someone to do this for a few minutes?
Yeah, maybe you can take
Yeah.
5-10 minutes to replicate everything because data is with
Have
you.
you posted this data, sir, in your folder?
Okay.
In the
Sorry?
meantime, we'll ask someone to share the screen. Participants, if you are willing, we'll give you a host access to do that live.
Yeah, that is also possible. Maybe
In the
someone
meantime,
can. Yeah.
in the meantime, questions also can be answered.
Yes. Yeah, anything from the participant side? Anything? So anyone wants to share the screen and show the way how you are doing the analysis? Anyone would be interested to do this? I can stop sharing my screen. Anyone? I think people are curious to get attendance certificate and then when is the exam?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Those
seeing
two
it's the
unmute.
final day.
Yeah. How to get the participant ID? Okay. One more question is, please allow us to unmute.
Oh, it is not allowed. I'm sorry. I think
Yeah.
during some time. Let me do that, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is done, sir. Now they can question.
Hello.
Yeah. Can somebody try?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
This is Abhijit Karan. Actually, I have a question. How
Yeah,
to
please,
remove
sir.
this? How to identify this unwanted keywords? This
Sorry,
is
sir.
unwanted keywords. You are talking about removing unwanted keywords from the keyword analysis and
Okay. So if you go to
how
that
to find out
Scopus,
this item, which is unwanted and which is relevant for our study.
that is purely depending upon your objective, sir. For example, if I'm trying to do some bibliometric analysis with respect to some method like structural equation modeling, you have used structural equation modeling as a keyword. Now, wherever structural equation modeling was used in those papers you want to consider. And if you go to, let me share the screen again, just a second. If you go to this downloaded Scopus database information, here you will have the keyword options. Okay, one of the
Yes.
column will have the keywords. Just look for keyword heading here. Index
Yes.
keyword,
Authors keywords. Yes.
authors keywords, and then index keyword. Something is available, right? So
Yes,
here
sir.
manually you can cull out some of the unwanted things. For example, here academic ethics, generative artificial intelligence, I-20, M00, M15 is coming as author keywords. What is this I20, M00, M15? I'm not sure.
Actually, this is a JEL classification code, probably.
Maybe, I'm not sure. So if you feel that particular thing, for example, index keyword, just look at here. For some of the things, index keyword is missing. But here under the author keywords, for everything you get something. But some of the unwanted things can be removed from this particular source. For example, for this data, we don't have any author keywords. Maybe you
Yes,
can
sir.
create the author keywords by referring that particular paper reference so that you will get really fine-grained analysis output.
Okay, sir. Therefore, we have to edit this sheet, CSV file,
Yes.
before analysis.
Because this is the raw data which we are giving it to the system, no? Whether you use R Shiny app or you use Bibliometrics R package or some Python package or maybe Boss Weaver, it can be anything because based on this given input only it is doing the analysis.
Okay, sir. Thank
Fine.
you.
For
Yes, sir.
example, here this engineering education may not be relevant keyword for my objective. Hypothetically, I'm just saying. You just
Okay, sir.
get rid of that.
Okay, sir.
Fine.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have another question regarding
Yeah,
boss
please.
weaver analysis. When
Yes.
we consider keywords analysis or co-occurrence analysis like that,
Yes.
the software sometimes by default provides some uh, items like minimum number of references or minimum number of papers of a
Yeah.
particular author. But which is the optimum number? I want to know. Actually, there is no
So
such
as
information.
far as my understanding on this literature is concerned, there is no optimum number or limit which is suggested in the literature. But that is, it depends. For example, in this use case example, I'm using almost 4,000 plus data set. So there five occurrences could be too minimal. That's the reason why I'm getting 14 clusters. If I increase
Yes,
those occurrences to, let us say 20, I may be getting some 4 or 5 meaningful clusters. But if you're
yes,
going to deal with only 100 papers, 5 occurrence itself is a big thing.
yes, sir.
Making sense? That should be proportion to your total, citations which you are dealing with your analysis. That should be the criteria.
Okay, sir. Therefore, this is totally researcher's discretion to
Yes,
decide
exactly.
which
That's what I'm
is
saying.
optimum. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions? So anybody wants to share your screen and show the analysis?
One doubt from myself.
Yeah, please, ma'am. You can
Uh,
ask 2 doubts also.
Sir, when we construct the search query in
Yeah,
the Scopus database for fetching the articles,
yeah.
not option is there, right, sir? Can we use the exclusion criteria for by
In the
using
Scopus
this?
itself, you can do that, ma'am. For example, I don't want to consider the papers which is purely analytical in nature, not conceptual in nature. Those papers I want to remove. You come up with the criteria for removing or getting rid of those articles while doing the Scopus search itself.
Okay, sir.
Making sense, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have one more question. Hello.
Dr. Anshu Arora, kindly mute. Yeah, yes, sir. Avijit, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, I want to know, for example, I have two separate data sets, one from Web of Science and another from Scopus database. I want to merge this database.
Possible.
In Bibliocyny, I can do it easily. But in case of
Yeah,
Boss
even
Viewer,
in
I am not able to do this kind of analysis. How
no,
to
sir.
merge
In
both?
Vast Weaver, you have Scopus and Web of Science. No.
Separate, yes.
Yeah, there what you do is you upload both the things. That is one way. Second way is instead of downloading the papers in CSV format, you download it in the form of EndNote file or maybe some other reference management file format. And then there you try to remove the duplicate items, duplicate records. And then
Okay.
you give that plain text format or maybe some other format as an input as a single document in VosWeaver. That is also possible.
But sir, in case of refining or in case of any management manipulation of the data, for example, like your keywords or like that,
Yeah.
any missing items. In case of
Yeah.
CSV, we can easily tackle this kind of item, but in case of endnotes or in case of other formats, it is very difficult. We are not able to
True.
do
Very
this.
true. I agree, sir. Yeah.
Then how to manage this kind of complications? I am not
Maybe
able.
at the CSV level, you do the data cleaning and then you can merge it in some citation manager. Then later you bring single
Sir,
version
is
of
it
the document.
possible to convert CSV into any EndNote format or like
I doubt, sir. I doubt.
this is a problem in case of merging two separate
There
database?
could be some solution available in some other software, may not be there in Boss Weaver. Maybe some of the AI-based softwares are even in ChatGPT. I think it is possible. I'm not tried. I just tried something at the basic level of analysis only, but it is doing good job as far as using OpenAI LLM is concerned.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir, another problem is there.
Yeah.
When I use the Bibliosigny of our software, actually Bibliometrics,
Yeah.
whenever I want to download the plot,
Yeah.
the different kinds of country related plot or co-occurrence related plot, but it's showing some error is occurring and I'm not able to download the same. And
Maybe you just ping me personally, sir. I'll try to sort out the issue. I'm not getting what exactly the problem you're facing.
actually, sir, whenever I want to download the result from the Bibliosigny window,
Okay.
when I want to download the item, sometimes it is showing not responding or
Okay.
some error is there.
Okay.
Download is not possible, and automatically it is distracted or
Maybe you just share the screenshot of that error, sir. I'll try to help you out.
okay.
That issue, sir. Yeah. So anybody wants to share the screen and show the output? Anybody? This is a problem with the online session. If it is offline, we can roam here and there, and then we can
Yes,
see
sir.
the screens. But anyway, that's fine. Sir, should I show them something about EndNote reference manager or
Not an issue, sir. You have covered whatever we have asked you to explore. Yeah.
okay. Or otherwise, I can take some more questions and then we can wind up the session also. Anything is fine with me. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Good to see Satyanarayan sir also. He also visited.
Fine, sir. Yeah, he will be joining now. Yeah.
Okay.
Do he join?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir is available.
Oh, fine.
So I think
So I have to locate him.
Yeah.
Sir is in the link.
Yes. 2 years ago, he came to our school also. Yeah.
Oh, fine. Hello, sir.
Yes,
How are you, sir?
going on, fine. It's
Okay.
the morning for us. It's morning.
It's a very early morning for you. Sorry for disturbing you at this time.
Around 7:15, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any questions from the participant side?
Then no issues, Murugan, sir. Then we can close the session. If not, there is any questions.
Yeah, fine. So some of them are asking my contact details. So my whole biodata except astrology details, everything is available in this.
Everything is already available.
Yeah, so you can visit my site. And if you go to the site, there's a resources page available. So if you go to that resources page, I just collated some of the useful references that might be useful for the management scholars, management psychology, and then commerce scholars. Probably you can also go through them. So feel free to get back to me on anything. And I do have a WhatsApp channel where I'm sharing some of the research related things. like research papers, and then some of the research related things. If you want to follow me through WhatsApp channel, you please click this link in your mobile. You'll be able to locate me through WhatsApp channel link. This is the link.
Okay.
And you can also follow me through LinkedIn. You just type my
Yeah.
full name in Google, you will get everything about myself. Yeah. So
Okay.
thanks to Murli sir for the given opportunity.
Thank you very much.
To do this session on Wednesday, but due to some reason, I traveled to some other place. So because of that,
That is not an issue. Completed. Thank you very much. We also felt very grateful to you. You are from our own Trichy NIT.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll start with Professor Satyanarayana Paraitam.
Thank you, Murugan sir. Thank you for the wonderful, insightful session.
Thank you. Yeah.
Professor Anu, you can just introduce.
Hello, sir. Good evening, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Satyanarayanan Pariyatam, Professor of Strategic Management at the Carleton's College of Business, University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, USA. So Dr. Pariyatam earned his PhD and MS from Oklahoma State University and master's degree from University of Delhi. So with an academic career spanning more than 2 decades, he has made outstanding contributions to the field of strategic management, particularly in understanding cognitive and affective conflict and interpersonal trust in strategic decision making. His research has been widely recognized and published in several top-tier international journals, including the Journal of Management, Journal of Business Research, Journal of World Business, Journal of Strategic Marketing, Computers in Human Behavior, and the Leadership and Organizational Development Journal. Beyond his impressive research record, Dr. Pariyatam is deeply committed to mentoring. He has been guiding force of numerous research scholars, especially in India, generously supporting them in data analysis, publication guidance, and in helping them identify and avoid predatory journals. His efforts have greatly been contributed in improving the quality and integrity of research among emerging scholars. Dr. Pariyatam's teaching portfolio spans MBA, Business Analytics, and Healthcare Management programs, and his dedication continues to inspire students and researchers around the world. We are truly honored to have him with us today for this Atal-sponsored FDP, where he'll be sharing his expertise on paper development and SLR publication, a session we all are eagerly looking forward to. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Dr. Satyanarayana. Welcome, sir, and over to you.
Good evening, and what an elaborate introduction about me. First of all, I request all the audience to bear with me for my hoarseness in the tone. Okay, that happened because of COVID booster side effect. So my voice may not be as sweet as Murugan sir's, right? So bear with me with that. And actually, the topic is on SLR, right? I am not expert in SLR literature. Maybe 2 or 3 papers I have produced, not more. But in general, I would talk about the research and what are the problems associated with research, especially in the Indian context. I want to share my feelings about the research. And from experience, I am the external examiner for several universities in India, and mostly from Tamil Nadu. What I noticed is that after evaluating around 750-page thesis, what I noticed.
अरे मैं नहीं खाती भाई, तूने खाना खा ले वरना छोड़ दे। हड्डी होता है बेटा, मेरे को मैं फ्रूट ही नहीं खाती, गलत बात है।
Okay. having evaluated more than 750 PhD theses, mostly from Tamil Nadu, what I could say is that students, scholars, and supervisors are not following the fundamentals of research. I'm emphatically stating fundamentals because research is based on two pillars. One is validity, second, generalizability. Whenever you mention the place of study in the title, generalizability is lost. I don't find any single thesis from any of the universities in Tamil Nadu and mostly from India without mentioning the place of study in the title. For example, online buying behavior of consumers in Tiruchirappalli, online buying behavior of consumers in Bangalore, study of self-help groups in Pondicherry. The moment you mention the place, generalizability is lost. I talked about to many supervisors, and this is how we do like this in Tamil Nadu. People follow this, university won't accept. They're all rubbish. University doesn't have to do anything with it. Only the committee members, supervisor, and the committee members and the scholar. Only these are involved. University has nothing to do with it. The problem is that people don't want to learn. They don't learn, they don't want to learn. That is why whenever I go, and also, I'll also share some of the, in my PowerPoint, I'll share you. Hypothesis writing. They do not know what is the meaning of hypothesis. A statement cannot be hypothesis. They write, there is no significant difference between age and job satisfaction. There's no significant difference between income and job satisfaction. What is that? No significant difference. Is it a hypothesis? Hypothesis is a statement. It shows a relationship between two variables, including direction of change. Null hypothesis is not validated these days. At random, you can go to any university and they pick up any thesis, they write null hypothesis. Hypothesis about demographics. That is the reason why we don't get publications. In local journals, you go there. There's no structure. So I wanted to bring to your notice, especially of the scholars, what are the differences between the predatory or local journals? What are the publications there? How do they write? And what is expected of good journals? I just want to show distinction between these. And also I want to highlight about the review process. When you submit an article, what is the process it takes when it is completed, when it is published? What is involved in that? That's what I wanted to focus. If that is acceptable, I'll continue. What he says, I think I need to have at least one person in contact with me whenever I talk. I don't know if nobody is responding. I don't know. Is Murugan sir there or is Murali?
Yes, sir. We are here only. We are listening to you.
Okay. Is my voice clear?
Yeah, your voice is audible only, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can I start my presentation slides?
Sure, sir.
Okay, I'll share my presentation.
You can start sharing your screen, sir.
Yeah, I'm sharing here. Can you see? Can you see the...
Yeah, sir. Your screen is visible, sir. Could you put it in slideshow mode, sir?
Slide, okay. Now?
Yeah,
Is
sir.
okay?
We're good to go.
Okay. So I just want to focus on how to identify research gap. This is very important. Whether it is a PhD thesis or writing an article, this is very, very important. Number one, research is not about what is going on. It's not about telling what is happening. You collect data and then explain, this what. That's not research. Research means why and how. Why this is happening. Why people buy online. Why people take tourism. What is religious tourism? Okay, like that. And why people are not satisfied, job satisfaction. And why the people do not have trust, lack of trust, psychological contract, like that, So you have to answer why and how. Here you have to bring novelty. Let me explain. This slide. It doesn't allow me to go. Okay. I have to go every time like this. Okay. Now, literature review. There is a misconception about literature. They think that, okay, there are 10 papers, 15 papers you put in order, chronological order. Mr. X said like this, Y said, Z said. That is not literature review. It is not the number of pages that is counted here. Of course, in thesis, you can say. And literature review should help in developing hypothesis. It's not sequential number of studies conducted in India, conducted abroad, not like that. So, what are the steps I'm just going through? Literature review. Identify the variables that are understudied. If you go to any research paper from good journal, in the discussion section, they write about the theoretical contributions, practical implications, limitations, and suggestions for future research. That is the most important area. Scholars, what they need to do, every paper they take, study, go to that future research and identify the variables which are understudied. And from there you have to see, okay, people say this is how you extend your study. That is where you have to bring novelty. Also, you should tie it to the theory. Robustness, what is the contribution of the paper, of this study to the advancement of theory and practice? So, what literature is then? You have to bring studies conducted in a particular area regarding particular variables. And you have to churn out redundant information. You select only relevant information. Okay, for example, if you want to find relationship, studies relate to work-family conflict, job satisfaction. So you may have work-family conflict has so many outcomes, not only job satisfaction, turnover intention, life satisfaction, emotional exhaustion, etc. You have to focus only on what you are interested in. Literature is very vast. You have 10,000 papers. And most importantly, whatever the area you're studying, go to similar papers. Knowledge management, for example, you go to 1994 non-request paper, Like that, you go to seminal papers. If you talk about research-based review, go to seminal paper, 1991, Barney's paper, published in Journal of Management. So include from the seminal papers till date, what is happening? What are the things that are not covered? That is where you need to focus on. So identify study variables. And now here, I want to more focus on what are the types of variables we find. Demographic variables like gender, income, experience, marital status, number of children, size of the family, so on. And then we have independent variables. These are different from demographics, remember. Dependent variables. The literature review should help in identification of study variables related to this. And that's what in every section, discussion section, science of future research mentioned, that gives an idea of what you can do. Now, every research should have theoretical underpinnings. Without theory, you should not have any paper published. Okay, what is the basic theory behind it? And if you want, you can see what are the fundamentals. What is theory? What is theories? What theory is not? It's a classic paper by Sutton and Straw. It came in ASQ, top-notch journal, and every researcher should go through this paper to know what is theory, what theory is not. Now, every reviewer, every editor, when you publish a paper, try to send the paper, they try to find novelty. Replication of studies is not allowed. If you find one study interesting, you carry it the same. No, it's not allowed. They say replication is not allowed. And capturing curiosity of the reader is not enough. Okay, paper is very interesting, very high-flown language, excellent written. That's not enough. So you have to integrate divergent concepts from different research pieces. Novelty does not mean making the model complex. You don't have to have 20 variables, 30 variables like that. You may have only 4 variables, 5 variables, but still bring novelty. Capturing relationship between variables that have not been studied, that have not been investigated, is not enough. Reporting statistical results is not enough. Everybody can do statistical analysis, and then bring the results. That's not enough. And what are the steps in bringing novelty? Researchers who want to follow writing good papers, you please note down what we know about the phenomenon so far. We should narrate that. What we do not know about the phenomenon, then why we need to know that? And explain how you are going to study this. You read any research paper from top-tier journals. Others explain the above points in the very first 2 paragraphs. You can see in the first paragraph, they summarize everything from the beginning to the end right now. Second paragraph, they say, these are things not covered, understudied. Very little is known about this. So I'm going to proceed further like this, then go to research questions. And you have to go sometimes outside the box. Outside the box does not mean that you may have cross-disciplinary research, but they should not be from different streams. You can't combine physics with marketing, chemistry with management, and so on. Cross-disciplinary means where you can combine variables. Like, you can have psychological capital or be construct. You can tie it with knowledge management, administration science area. And you can have knowledge management tie with marketing. Like that, or some OB literature you can take and then try it with other related subjects and so on. I simply use from experience. Let me bring this small concept. What I did is that I used the knowledge management construct applied it to OB. And I prepared a very simple conceptual model and tested it. The model is as follows. See. Are you seeing the model? Are you able to, can you follow me?
Yeah, sir, we are able to see your screen, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is my voice, okay?
Sir. Yeah, voice is fine only, sir.
Sir, we can hear you. The model is very clear. We can see you. Yeah.
Okay. How many variables are in the model? Yes, sir.
Sir, since you called my name, I thought of saying one more thing also. You can add that also. Usually you used to say some research acumen, right? How the indent should be, it should be in the left end, and how the bibliograph, while we make it in the numbers, you used to make it. All these research acumen also, you please add it, sir.
Yeah,
The
sure.
final. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you
Editing the
how the paper has to be submitted. Okay. What are the fundamentals of submission? And then I want to explain to the review process. Okay. This model you are seeing, role conflict, role ambiguity, work overload, these are all OB concepts. Emotional exhaustion also OB, psychological. Knowledge management is the only item that is a construct from different disciplines. Okay, decision information sciences. So what I did is that I plugged in knowledge management. It has 6 dimensions. And I collapsed it into single dimension. Of course, second order latent variable, we call that. And then use it as a moderator. This is the only novelty in this paper. Emotional exhaustion studied, ambiguity studied, work overload studied, role conflict is also studied. Only novelty is knowledge management as a moderator. And it's very simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variables, right? Now, let me show you how the paper came out. I think it must have shown here. The paper. Can you see now this? Can you see the paper?
No, sir. We can just see the hyperlink and you have clicked on it. But the paper is
Sir,
not
you can
open
share
yet.
your entire screen, sir. If you share the entire screen, only we can see the other windows.
As of now, we can see only your PPT, sir.
Okay.
You can unshare and share the entire screen, sir.
Yeah, okay. Now can you see?
Just getting. Yes, sir. We can see now, sir. Yeah.
Now the paper has opened, sir.
Yeah, this is the paper I'm talking of. Knowledge management and emotional exhaustion as moderators in the relationship between role conflict and organizational performance, evidence from India. Of course, you can have the context. If it is from a different country, you can say evidence from India. Okay. Though we collected data in South India. Okay, in Tiruchirappalli, I think we collected data. But still we call evidence from India. Now let me walk through this briefly. Okay. Now, let me explain structure of the paper at the same time. So, I will show 1 or 2 small papers from local journals. You can see the difference. Here, this is a structured abstract. All Emerald journals follow the same abstract. Purpose, design, methodology, findings, research implications, practical implications, originality. This is where they look into. What is novelty? Novelty is brought here by originality and value. That's what you have to focus on. And go here, introduction. Now, this is where most of the time, these are called in-text citations. Okay, you find only last names. You should not have first name, middle name, abbreviated, and so on. Sometimes they write con and a symbol. Sometimes I and they write, but it should be same throughout. So in-text citation should be properly mentioned. Okay, they should not have Dr., Mr., Mrs., Professor, Dr. Khan, or like that you should not have. Okay, introduction. And you try to build up the case. Are you able to see? Now, talking about the variables. role conflict, ambiguity, work overload. This is the final version of the paper published. I want to explain the whole process of this. Knowledge management I introduced here. Dimensions, various dimensions, knowledge creation, knowledge storage, okay, knowledge sharing, knowledge accessibility, knowledge application, all this. Then performance I defined here. Then we talked about the information technology sector. We took the samples from the IT sector here. And theoretical background. This is what is very important. You have to mention theoretical background in every research paper. I use two theories here. Organizational role theory, because role conflict, role ambiguity, they come from role, organizational role theory, OR we call that. And our learning theory also we have. Okay. Because knowledge management is essentially related to learning. And then, now, do you find the null hypothesis here? Role conflict is positively related to role ambiguity. We don't say role conflict is not related to role ambiguity, null hypothesis, then it is related to no. That is wrong. Null hypothesis has a problem because every null has two alternative hypotheses. If you say role conflict is not related to role ambiguity, that is null. Alternative is role conflict is related to ambiguity. Positively or negatively, we don't say that. So there are two alternatives. One alternative is role conflict is positively related to role ambiguity. Second is negatively related to role ambiguity. That is why we don't follow, no researcher follows these days null hypothesis. Null hypothesis is actually the 1960 model. So you don't find null in any of the research papers. So state clearly relationship between two variables. Role conflict is one variable, ambiguity another variable, role relationship clearly. And I'll also show you how the hypothesis is written in local journals. So relationship, we have to develop, this is what is called, we are not stating that we are developing hypothesis. Okay, then done. Moderator hypothesis, emotional exhaustion as a moderator. Then method, sample. Here we explain from where we got the sample. And then this is the model. This was same model I showed you right there. Same model. Then analysis. Also, one important thing researchers should know. You should not use your own developed measures. You always have to use already established measures. Measures are like vaccines. We don't develop vaccine at home. We take tested vaccine. So measures are like vaccines. For example, role conflict is measured, adapted. We see it is measured using 4 indicators adapted from Rizzo in 1970. Very powerful measure. Similarly, emotional exhaustion from Mashless inventory. Mashless is from UC Berkeley. She developed burnout inventory, which is very famous, very universally followed. And performance. So you have to have good measures. If you go with your own measures, nobody will take it. They simply trash it. They just reject it. Because developing a measure itself is a PhD. To have a developed measure of job satisfaction, they start with 50 items. They churn it out, remove them by doing EFA, exploratory factor analysis, then take 40, then churn out again. So many rounds, they do, and then finally they come out with 5 or 6 items to measure the construct, which itself is a PhD. If you take any article from Journal of Applied Psychology, mostly you find measures from there. And then we do, in the analysis part, there are 2 things. One is testing the measurement model. Second, testing the structural model. Measurement model is about you're trying to ensure or establish validity. So you do CFA. Sometimes people get confused between what is CFA and what is EFA. When you are using established measures, you don't have to use EFA. Don't run factor analysis on S-phase. That is wrong. And people these days, PhD scholars, they go to statisticians. They do everything what is there in S-phase. They dump everything, which is wrong, which is unnecessary. So you have to do confirmatory factor analysis, not exploratory. And then you can see the tables and you can see measures here, and then factor loadings. Knowledge management here, I use the second order latent variable. I'm not going over these tables, okay, all analysis part. Then results, hypothesis testing, we do. There are fundamentals, correlation table, and then we did the hierarchical regression. And in the first step, you mention the control variables, age, gender, these are all control variables, then main variables, then moderator variables. So we got 3 steps here, and then see. And then show the moderator graphs also. I'm going very fast, quickly, okay? So this is moderator graph. How knowledge management, okay, is acting as a moderator between role conflict and role ambiguity. If the management is high, then you can see the difference between the thick dotted lines are high level of knowledge management, small dotted lines are low level of knowledge management. The higher the level, you can say ambiguity is low. When the KM is low, ambiguity is very high, and so on. You can see the difference between these two curves. Difference in slopes signify moderating effect. Okay, and then the 4 moderators, of course, the discussion section. The discussion section, this is what I was trying to say. Implications and knowledge management implications for the practice, limitations, conclusion. And here we talk about future research, limitations of future research. Okay, and and then going back to the references. Yes, the references must be properly formatted and consistently formatted in the same way. This APA 7 style, this is, and you don't find any discrepancy in references. Okay. So, am I clear about this paper, what I showed you? Any questions?
Actually, we gave all the 66 papers of you, sir. We asked them to do a pre-reading. If any one of them have pre-read it, you can come across. So,
Yeah,
Professor
please,
will...
you can ask questions.
There are some SLR papers are also there.
Yeah.
Like this paper is also there, sir.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, then let me close this one.
Yeah.
I'll come back to my presentation. Okay. Where is my presentation? Share, yes, share. Why is it coming again? 1 second. This one, yeah. Okay.
So, Dr. Kirti has a question. She has
Yeah,
raised
please.
her hand. Dr.
Okay.
Kirti, kindly unmute yourself and talk.
Please
Sir,
check
I
whether
had
they
a
are
question,
allowed to.
sir.
Yes,
At
please.
the beginning of the session, you mentioned that most of the titles are specific to location like Tiruchirappalli or Chennai. This paper of yours also talks about evidence from India. So,
That's what I told. About the country, you can have reference, not about a particular place.
Okay, so I was just curious to know because
Yeah,
you mentioned a specific region and then you got it accepted. So a broader perspective is okay. Geographical
yeah,
area
that's
you
right.
mentioned.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. With regard to country context is okay, but I don't say that study in Tiruchirappalli. I never said, right? So whole country context we are saying, but sample we took from Tiruchirappalli. So in the national context you can bring, but not in the if you talk a local area, then you see that is the case. You can have different places and different theses. No, you are showing evidence from the particular developing country like that. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Any other question is?
No, sir. I just had a question on the title. The rest
Yeah.
are clear, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, any other papers you see, we don't mention like this, only about country context we can mention. Okay. Okay. Let me go to this one. What is this one? Yeah. Can you see the paper? No.
No, sir. Only PPT is visible. You can share the
Okay.
entire screen so that we can.
Okay. I want to one more paper briefly, and then I'll go back to okay. Can you see now?
Yes, sir. It is showing that you have started screen sharing. I think it will be
Yes,
visible.
sir. We can
Yes,
see
sir. It
the
is
paper
visible.
now.
Visible, right?
Yeah.
Visible, sir. If you can please magnify it, it would be better, sir. They can see.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
little
I'm
small.
doing it. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
doing
sir.
it. Yeah. Now, okay.
Yeah, sir. It's better
Can you
Fine,
now.
see?
sir. Fine.
Maybe you can maximize your screen also. It will be better, sir. Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, sir. Better, better.
Now better.
Yes, sir. Good to go.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, now here, knowledge management has several dimensions, right? I took only one dimension, the knowledge conversion, and then explained how the knowledge conversion is affecting innovative performance, innovation and performance. So very simple concept. This is actually published some time back, in the Knowledge and Process Management, Wiley Journal. And this is a model. Let me go to the model. See the hypothesis written. See, knowledge conversion is positively related to performance. Like that, directly, you should have. I want to show the model. Yeah. See now. Can you see the model?
So we can see the model now.
Yeah. How many variables are here? 6 variables. That's all. Right? And on the left side, we are showing three-way interaction. Three-way interaction means knowledge conversion times product innovation times process innovation lead to organizational innovation. So this is called three-way interaction effect. On the right side, we have two-way interaction. Organizational innovation times marketing innovation will lead to performance. So this is novelty here in this paper is because of these two interaction effects. Other than that, knowledge conversion leading to innovation, this is not studied. So this adds to the novelty. Measures once again, analysis, results, reliability, everything is same. As you see in other papers, structure is almost the same. Okay. And since I already distributed these papers, most of you know very well the structure of the papers, right? I don't have to go deal with it. Okay. Now here, I did not use, did you see any mention about the place? No. Right? This is, what is the title? Knowledge conversion effect on innovation and performance, a multi-layered moderated mediation model. I never talk anything about the place. Okay, let me stop share here. I'm just moving here and there, okay. Let me go back to our presentation. Okay, now so I think I explained about that the contribution at the interaction, customer state, and then contributions. All these things we have gone through. I just wanted to show. Yes, this is very important from students' point of view. Can you see the reasons why the manuscripts are rejected?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Can you see? Okay. So about 30% because of sampling, they reject the papers. Remember, 10%, that's all. More than 10 means paper is rejected. So 30% they reject based on sample. 30% again on the conclusion. So 30 around 25% based on discussions. References 23.6%. So you should, if you give wrong references or incorrectly cite the references, it's a mistake. And appropriateness is 16%. And failure to follow general guidelines is 14.2%, and so on. Yeah, I think Murali sir asked a question how to submit a paper, right? I am going to show you.
Yes, sir, especially the hanging indent. You used to say, right, that also.
Yeah. I'll show you. Okay. Let me go back to, I stop presentation here. And let me go to share the screen. 1 second, let me open that, right? 1 second. Review process. Okay, I'll explain the review process. First, what I'm going to show, same paper, okay. I am going to show how I submitted the paper. Then what happened in the first round of revision, what are the reviewers' questions, how I address it like this. I go through the whole process, okay. That will help you in understanding a whole process of writing paper and so on. So, main document this. Okay. Okay. I am now going to, where is my thing here? I'm going to share. Can you see? No.
Yes, sir,
This is
we
the
can
paper.
see your screen. Yeah, we can see.
Which one? Knowledge management and emotional
Yeah,
exhaustion.
and emotional exhaustion as a model
Yeah. So
relationship.
this is the Word document. When you submit the document, it should be like this. Now, the fundamentals, please everybody note down fundamentals. You don't see you do not see justify button. All left indented. See, entire document double space left indented, not justified. Okay. Double space Times New Roman, 12 font, left indented. Tables and figures should be at the end of the at the end of the references. Okay, these are the fundamentals. Let me walk through the paper. Let me see. The abstract, after abstract, this is one. You can see in-text citations for the last names. Whenever there are quotations like this, page numbers must be given. Same thing, what you saw there here, same thing, but the original version, the initial version we submitted. Final version is a little different. I'll show you the process. Program equity, explain. And I want to know one more thing. Is that work border, all the definitions are there. Then same thing I showed you, also have seen this. And let me go to the performance. You don't find tables, figures, everything here. So at this, let me see, when I go to theoretical background, relationships, explain, then hypothesis mentioned, see. Same thing, hypothesis mentioned here. Knowledge as moderator. Then here, at the end, emotional exhaustion as a moderator. See here, model is printed here. Insert figure 1 about here. We don't put the figure here. Similarly, tables also. CFA. See, insert tables 1A, 1B, and 2 here. Results, insert table 3 here. Hypothesis testing, table 4 here. Okay. And you know, these numbers always should be R square. You should write change in R square. Don't write SQUARE. Okay. Insert table 6 here and so on. So then figure 1, figure 2 about here, figure 4 figures are there. Then post-hoc analysis. Actually, I think, I don't know how many of you are aware of post-hoc analysis. Let me give a small. Whenever reviewers ask you to do something extra work, additional work, then we have to call it as post-hoc analysis. So one reviewer suggested this to do, and then we did that and explained and mentioned that as a post-hoc analysis. Then discussion, limitations, as usual. Yeah, coming to Murali sir's question, references. See now. Left indented, single spaced, hanging. If you click here, say hanging 0.5. You can see that, right?
Yes, sir, we can see that.
Yeah, hanging should be done 0.5. So now at the end of the references, tables. All the tables and figures, they come at the end. Okay, all the tables and figures, okay. I'm scrolling down so that you can see the tables, figures, all these are at the end. Okay, that's how we submitted the paper, right? Now, that is beginning of the story. Now you want to go through review process? Should I continue or any questions, Murali sir?
Participants, if you have any questions, please kindly unmute and talk.
You want me to show the local papers? 1 or 2, or you already know them, right? I'll do one thing. I will
So they are telling Q1 and Q2 paper writing.
That's what I am showing.
Participants,
Q1
we have
papers.
already shared the papers in a folder, and all those papers are mostly Q1 and Q2.
Yeah,
That's
these
what
two
is
papers.
explaining now.
These two papers I showed are Q1, Q2 papers. Q1 papers. I'll show you a difference between local papers and here.
அது போட்டா சரி.
Okay, I'm sharing a local paper. Okay, can you see this?
Participants, if you have any questions, means you can ask. We have unmuted all of you.
Yeah. Can you see this paper?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It is visible.
Now if you closely look at the paper, first thing what you notice here is whenever you find doctor, Mr., all these, that is low quality junk journal. You don't have to even go through further. Cleaner journal, they never mention doctor and so on. Okay, they don't mention last names, abbreviations. Okay, let us walk through the paper. When we call not good paper, we should justify. Okay, see here. What is it? What is the title? Generation Y female consumer decision making on baby skin care products during COVID-19 pandemic in Chennai city. Okay, that's okay, no problem. Let us go further. What is this one? Is it the way to write the in-text citations? Is it correct? Is this way? Dr. Raji M. and Krishna. You should mention Raji and Kanishnathan 2019. That's all. This doctor should not be there. This M should not be there. This N should not be there. Means they do not know even how to write in-text citations. Significance of study. Okay, fine. Methodology, objectives, methodology. Where are hypotheses? Analysis, interpretation. What is sample? 120 sample size. Percentage, these many people, percentage and so on. And okay, number of members in the family, okay, no problem. Demographics. And how many people, what is the frequency of Johnson and Johnson and Himalaya, how many people? Okay. Percentage, recommendation, frequency, percent, valid percent. So you can see on the tables. Okay, how many people are highly satisfied? Is it the way? You measure satisfaction, that is one, and then you find, okay, 58%, 58 out of 120, this many 48% of the people, they're highly satisfied. Is it the way? But why they are satisfied? That you have to understand. They're showing, okay, 58%. Why? Is it product quality? Is it brand? Or is it price? What are the variables? Limitations, findings, and then conclusion. These references. Man, if you don't know how to write in-text citations and references, you are not qualified to write a research paper. And references are numbered. No order here. Dr. Raj, Gracia, Exian. So Exian guy is not PhD. And what is this one? Some are in capital letters, some are small letters. You don't find like this in good journals. They are numbered. You should not number them. Okay. See this one. There is another paper also the same way. What is a doctor? And this is a scholar. If scholar doesn't know, supervisor should tell that is not the way. Same thing here, same objectives of study, methodology, and so on. Cronbach alpha, number of items, product price, what are the relationships? There is some regression for that and see that references to number, how many, 8, 9, 12 references, that's it. So this is an example of a paper. And,
So there is a question from one of the participant, Professor Shweta.
Yeah, please.
She's asking,
Yes.
I would like to ask whether journals
Yes.
conduct plagiarism and AI content check only during the initial screening stage,
No.
or if
Anu
these
madam,
checks are
ask them
also
to
repeated.
unmute and ask, right?
Yeah,
Unmuting access is there,
Professor
right?
Shweta, could you please kindly unmute and ask your question? Shweta ma'am, are you there?
Okay, sir, you can answer the
Let me
question.
continue the question. So her question is whether the plagiarism and AI content check is there only during initial screening stage, or whenever we submit revision also, whether they do that, the journals?
No, they don't do a revision, no. They don't do that. They do at the initial stage, actually, they call it similarity, like similarity index. And they don't have more than 15% similarity index. And that is also misleading. Sometimes the common words also it takes. Hypothesis development, it highlights, okay, as if it is copied. But if you use AI, please, researchers, please never use ChatGPT or AI for writing the paper. Okay, you'll be disqualified. And you'll be blacklisted too. You submit one paper using AI or ChatGPT, then you become visible. It's an offense actually. And they blacklist you and they never take your paper anyway in future. Never ever use ChatGPT. Write on your own. You can use Grammarly for yes. And they don't they don't subject your paper to similarity check after the paper has gone for the review process. They don't do that. Did I answer the question?
Sir.
Sir, I had a question, sir.
Please.
This is regarding the scale, using the standard scale. If a particular variable has 2 or 3 scales available, how do we choose which one to use? Say, for example, if work-life balance has 2-3 scales, for instance.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it depends on what you can use any one scale which is relevant to your study. And you can have some items from one scale, some from other scale, but you need to tell the reference about that. And as long as you are using well-established scale, there's no problem. You can combine two scales, different items, and so on. But do not, for example, if one measure is having 7 items, let us say, you cannot cut them down to 3.
But in one of your papers, you took only one construct of the scale. Say the knowledge processing alone, which you took, and then you studied with the other variables. So it is like truncating the scale also and using those there also.
No, every measure has a scale, everyone. not only knowledge management, role ambiguity also has, and so on. Role conflict also has.
No, my question was you used one aspect of the scale, the knowledge management, the whole of knowledge management you didn't take. You took a particular
one dimension. Yeah,
one dimension
dimension.
alone you took.
Yeah,
So
you can do that. You can do. For example, big five personality. There are 5 dimensions of personality, big five, right? Agreeableness, conscientiousness, emotional stability, okay, openness, experience, so on. I can study only one. I can see the effect of openness, experience with other variables. You can take
but
that.
you should
No
have a
problem.
strong rationale to pick that up. Is it so?
Definitely, yes. Yes. For example, openness experience. If people are high on that, what they do, they take ideas from others. So when I talk about innovation and creativity, I may relate openness experience, the characteristic or trait of the personality to the innovation. Like that. So you can have critical background as to why is it so. You can have one dimension to it. For example, commitment. You can talk about effective commitment and continuous commitment and normative commitment. You can talk about all these 3, or you can talk about only one commitment and then proceed further. Provided, as you mentioned clearly, there should be strong theoretical background.
Sir, there is one more last question that I have. Many a times we have an assumption, a hypothetical assumption that, okay, this is how the direction of the study will be. When we say, okay, the number of study, just for instance, the number of study hours will have an impact on performance. Okay, this is the general line of thinking. But our data doesn't support this assumption. So is it okay that we narrate what our data says, or do we have to rework on the data?
No, if the relationship is not according to what is expected in the direction, then you give the reasons why is it so. There may be some moderator work going on, maybe mediator may be there, so on. So you will have conflicting results. Sometimes the results may be exactly opposite of what is being stated in the hypothesis. So that itself is a contribution. You can say, for example, simple example I'll give you. My area of work is conflict. That cognitive conflict and affective conflict. Affective conflict is about conflict between the personalities, people, has negative consequences. Cognitive conflict always has positive consequences. What I found in my study, cognitive conflict also is having negative consequences beyond a particular stage. So I showed linear relationship. It is increasing and then falling like this. So that itself is a contribution. And when I submitted the paper, I thought paper will not be accepted because that is going against the theory. When I submitted the paper, a paper has been gone through International Journal of Conflict Management, IJCMA, category A journal. And not only that paper got accepted after several rounds of revision, that paper has got the best paper award from Emerald in that year, sometime in 2011 or 2012. So it may be, you may have different contribution. If it is totally in opposite direction, you can say, well, this is also possible, provided data is accurate and then reliable. So you don't have to. Yes, please.
One more question, sir. One last question.
Yeah.
See, it is about the unit of study again. A lot of us, when we take up the variables, that is the independent and dependent variable, we say if we are talking about, say, our independent variable talks about employees, and when we take the output variable, we also have to talk about the output of employees. So it is at the same level. If it's employee, we are taking the study of employee as an input variable, the output also has to be employee's output. If it is an organization is a level of analysis, then we'll have to take all the variables at the same level. Right, sir?
Yeah, right, correct. Unit of analysis. Unit of analysis may be individual, group, or organization, or country. So if it is individual unit of analysis, you have to focus on individuals, employees throughout. And group level means you talk about groups. Organization means you talk about organizations. You study 500 organizations and so on. You cannot combine the group level to the individual. You can do that, but there is a process involved. You have to go to the within group RWG, we call that, within group agreement, before you collapsing it and so on. So that comes at levels of analysis, levels problem. One should not get into levels problem in research.
It is always better to keep it simple. Have the same unit of analysis.
Yeah, you have to define exactly. You have to follow the same unit of analysis. You cannot have employees and then combine with organizations. How do you study? No, it's not possible.
No, many of the researchers would be like the employee engagement's effect on organizational performance. The effect of if they find the title like that. So the level of input variable and output variable is different.
I think you're misunderstanding. Employees talk about organizational performance. So employees' perception about the organizational performance you're measuring, not actual organizational performance. So your unit is on the employee. See, I think organization is doing very well. I perceive organization is doing very well for the last 3 years. I perceive progress is very good for the organization. Like this is from employee's point of view, organization is very good. You're not talking about what is the total profit of organization. You're not saying that.
I'm clear, sir. Now I got clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Let me show one small piece. Okay. Can you see the paper?
Yes, sir.
Can you see? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I want to see how the see, one second, doctor should not be there. Okay. And secondly, sustainable goals, 17 goals they are developing, being what all this is. There is nothing substantially that, but just got 17 goals and all these in India, blah, blah, blah. Objectives are there. And see hypothesis. What is this? There is a significant difference between the age group of employees with respect to their perception towards sustainable. Is it hypothesis? There's significant association between type and different significant difference. What does it mean? Is it having any sense at all? Okay, there is significant difference between the age of the employees and then SG of the MSMEs. So what does it mean? There is significant difference in the income level. What does it mean? Does it mean to say that, well, high age people have more perception or low age people have more perception, or what is that? If you want to study relationship between age and perception towards sustainable development goals, you should categorize, you should state like this. Age is significantly positively related to the perception towards SDA. Is more age means more perception, like that. So whenever you find hypothesis stated in terms of there is a significant difference, no, that is not hypothesis at all. It means they do not know the fundamentals of research. There is significant association. What is it, positive or negative? So you should also mention about the direction of change in the variables. You cannot simply say X is related to the Y. What, in what way? Positive or negative? That has to be. And also see this, what is this one? Roy, no, Archer, and is it way to write citations? Which year are you? Is it way? Is it the way to write citations? Somebody told me when I was pointing it out, somebody said, in Tamil Nadu we write like this. What is that? I asked one question, sir. Apple falls on earth in Boston. Is the apple going up in the sky in Tamil Nadu? So research is research, irrespective of the place. So what I want is to, these are the things they don't have in top tier journals. Okay. See, methodology. What is that? Simple percentage analysis, descriptive cluster, one-way ANOVA, bar charts, pie charts. And they talk about the goals, mean standard deviation. And gimmick about this in SBS, you can get this one. Statements, cluster analysis, they did. And the bar charts, pie charts, is it the way? So when we are, see, major findings, bullets, limitations, conclusion, and then references. How many? 9 references. What is this? They don't know even how to write the references. Forget about the paper. What is this one? Is it the way? Websites. You go to Wikipedia, which is not allowed. You should not use websites. Website you use only for statistical details. Okay, in 2025, how many how many people are there, like that, what is the percentage of the people engaging in buying or maybe smartphones and so on. Only those you can get from the repeated websites, not Wikipedia and all that. Why I'm saying is that many supervisors are misleading the scholars to write papers like this. Please don't get misled. And coming from Madras University, this paper is from Madras, University of Madras, reputed university. What is the journal? Economic Letters. What is journal name? I think, see, European Economic Letters. What is it? Sir, as scholars, nobody is going to force you to do research. If you want to do research, do it sincerely and honestly, clearly. Otherwise, don't take it at all. Take it serious. Otherwise, do not take it. Some time back, people said something is better than nothing, right? But nothing is better than nonsense. Please follow research guidelines. Okay, I think you have time for question answers, right? You want me to go through review process of, any process in the review process?
Yes, sir. Just for some next 5 to 10 minutes, you can just go through, sir, and by 6:15 we'll wind. Yeah.
I'll also
They
the
are having
paper.
that.
I submitted the paper.
I have a
right?
question, sir.
Yes, sir. Please. Yeah. Please,
Sir, could you please explain how to identify an appropriate single theory for developing a conceptual model when the study involves 2 or 3 dimensions that need to be included as moderators or mediators? Because I understand that most of the top tier journals, they emphasize using only one dominant theoretical foundation. Can you just throw light on this aspect, sir?
Yeah, you can have 2 theories, no problem.
Okay.
You can combine second theory. For example, you have seen in my paper.
Sir. Yeah, you have
seen.
Yes, sir.
I've
You have
seen
shown. Yes, sir.
Yeah, 2 theories. Right? You can have 2 theories, but don't keep 10 theories and so on.
Okay.
You can have, for example, SOR framework, stimulus, organism, response. Okay, along with RBV, is resource-based review. Okay. So it depends on the variables, Variables tied to the theory. You can combine 2 theories, even 3 theories you can have, but not more than 3.
Okay.
2 you can have, 2 you can have, no problem. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Is my presentation clear? Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are clear, sir. Sir, and one more question is regarding
good evening, sir.
Sir, so one more question regarding the probability sampling part.
Yeah.
Sir,
Okay.
if we are unable to find the number of employees, because I am doing a research in new private banking sector.
Okay.
If we are unable to find the number of employees in each bank, So say, for example,
Mm.
ICICI, Kotak Mahindra, these are the banks
Mm.
that I am
Mm.
taking, and
Mm.
cannot estimate the total population because I could not get the number properly in the websites.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can we adopt non-probability sampling even though we have the finite population, such as the banking sector?
Yeah.
So can we adopt non-probability sampling in this case, sir?
Absolutely. Now, what happens is that when you have the number of employees in, let us say, in one branch, you have got 20 employees, another branch 30 employees, and so on. Okay, when you are going for 15 banks like that, 15 branches are like that, okay, then you can have a data about the number of actual number of employees. You can go for probability sampling, but because of the fact that all of them may not be ready to answer your questions, right? What you can do, you can have non-probability based sampling, okay, convenient sampling, but you have to provide justification for that. Nothing wrong with that. As long as you got bigger sample size. The moment you have more than 384, which is absolutely minimum number of sample required, Chrissy Morgan's table, you can see 1970, 384 is the absolute minimum sample size when the population is 1 lakh. If the population is 2 lakh also, 384, small increase, that's all. The population is 10 lakhs, 384. Okay, so when you have more than 400, then they will not question anything about it. Question remains when you have small sample, 80, 90, 120, 140 like that. But with that sample, nobody cannot hit any good journal. So when the sample is more than 400, 450 or so on, they don't ask. We can provide justification. We use the convenience-based sampling, snowball sampling, and so on. And especially in some areas where the population is unknown, online buying, for example, how do you know? So we have to go for non-probability sampling. There's nothing wrong in that. As long as you are very good in collecting data, unbiased data, and so on. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Did I
Yes,
I
sir.
answer the question? Yeah. You have to provide justification, that's all. These are the reasons why,
Sir, good evening, sir.
some banks are. Yes, sir.
Sir, I have one question to you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, in-text citation, can you tell me the different scenarios? If you touch upon that, that would be good for all of us.
Different scenario means what is that?
Yeah, in-text citation, how do you cite and how to cite?
Last name and year, that's all.
Last name and year. If there are
only one
four
other,
authors,
then
yeah,
last name of the first author and ETA et al. More than 2.
if, for example, several authors have suggested the same thing, if I want to mention the 5 to 6 papers at a time.
Okay, what you can say, I got your point. What you say, several scholars documented that stress is negatively related to job satisfaction. Okay, let us say for 5 or 6 others are there. Within one parenthesis, you have to mention all these in alphabetical order.
All the authors, all the papers.
For example, one paper may have only one author, one paper may have 2 authors, one may be 3, one may be 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then suppose Parayathan et al. I have got 3 of Parayathan et al. Is one paper. Kumar et al. Another paper. And the same, only one person is there. Then K comes first, right? K, Kumar. Then what? Like that you have to write.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and comma here and the semicolon. Name of the scholar. Comma here and semicolon. If there are more than 2, yes.
Now, if there are 3 to 4 papers or 5 papers referring the same thing, suggesting the same thing, when you are quoting in alphabetical order, all the things to be kept in one bracket or only the year should be kept in the bracket?
One bracket, all in one bracket.
All to be kept in the one bracket.
Yeah. I sent you some papers. Did you see them? I sent some more papers, so many papers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have seen. Sir.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see in one parenthesis you find all, more than 3 or 4, 5, doesn't matter. Any other question?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. This is Abhijit Kanar. Sir,
Oh.
I have some question actually regarding sampling. In case of time series data, for macroeconomic variables, or in case of panel data, is there any requirement for sampling, for the sampling process, or like that? Or we can, based on our requirement, we can collect data from different secondary sources.
No. When you talk about some areas like economics, gross domestic product, and so on, if you have to go for the secondary data.
Yes, sir.
And the panel
Is
data
there
means
any-
over a period of time. Yes.
Yes. Both cross-section unit and time series units. Therefore,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Should we consider different kind of sampling mechanism like probability sampling and non-probability sampling, or it is irrelevant or immaterial in this case?
No, that is immaterial. You're not talking about probability sampling there at all. You're taking whole data, right?
Yes. Okay,
You're taking whole data and then studying it. The sampling comes only when you are collecting data from primary source.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Survey-based data when you're doing, then you talk about sampling.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And another question is that you are talking about using AI tools and like that. You are talking about different kinds of AI tools. In case of Grammarly, can you repeat? Could you repeat
Yeah, you
this
can use
part?
that. Yeah, Grammarly can be used. Yeah, that is acceptable.
Grammarly can be used, but it is also a AI tool. Therefore,
No. Grammarly you are using only for spell check, not for writing. ChatGPT is different.
Okay. Therefore, we can use any kind of AI tool for improve our readability, but not like generating the contents or
Exactly.
like that.
Yeah, right. Correct.
Okay, sir. Therefore,
When you
we
write
can
something,
use we can use
Grammarly
AI
can be
tool.
used.
Yes.
Yeah,
Therefore, we
Grammarly
can use
be used.
Grammarly or like that AI tools to improve our writing or to check the correctness of the
That's all. Yeah,
language
to
or
check.
to improve the grammatical to reduce the grammatical errors or sentence construction error. That's why we can use, but we can't. Okay. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
but you should be very careful, because when you're using Grammarly, in our survey base, there is one term called common method bias. Method bias. And when you put it in Grammarly, it will say standard method bias. Common there, put standard, which is wrong.
Okay.
So you should be very, very careful when you deal with Grammarly.
Yes, sir. When I consider Grammarly in a particular writing, the Grammarly put unnecessary articles like the, and, a, etc. unnecessarily. They put unnecessary this kind of articles, and they show red mark, underline mark in some cases.
You see, not only that, constructs, for example, we'll change it to constructions, which is wrong. So you should be very careful when you deal with Grammarly. Don't allow it to change anything what it wants. Common method bias. It's a standard.
Yes. Sometimes the pop-up message come in from the Grammarly. They ask me to improve this writing or to change this particular part or the particular preposition.
Don't change it like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? I wanted to go to review process, but there's no time, it seems. I just wanted to show you one review, what the reviewers' comments and so on.
Yes, sir. There is one question. Don't we mention any sampling technique in secondary data from Vidya SRM University?
Yeah.
Vidya, you can unmute and ask also.
Yeah, please ask any questions you can ask.
Good evening, sir. This is Vidya from SRM University.
Yes.
I am doing a research in finance with secondary data.
Okay.
So I am using a census method, but
Okay.
you mentioned only in primary source of that is in a survey method. We used to have some sampling technique we used to mention. But
Yes,
is
yes.
there any, my question is, should we need to say there is a sampling technique or whether it is needed in a secondary data? This is my sampling technique, something like that.
I don't think that's necessary. You are going for the whole, right? It's not sampling. In finance, for example, you're studying Fortune 500 companies, let us say. If you're taking only 200, then you can say out of 500, I've taken 200.
Okay.
Yeah. But then if you are taking 200, then you can have systematic sampling. I did, I went, for example, 2 out of 250 are taking sample, let us out of 500. Okay. I took,
Okay.
it's a systematic sampling. I did 1, 3, 5 like that. I have taken like that.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal in secondary data.
Okay. So the point here is, as far as the survey method is concerned, we very much we need about the sampling technique. We have to mention about the sampling technique. But as far as the secondary data is concerned, it is the optional of the author whether to mention that particular thing or not. Am I right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on because when in secondary data, what happens? Everything is given,
Okay.
right? For
Okay.
example, you're talking about the stock market price changes, let us say over 10 years period of time.
Okay.
Data is there. You're not cutting any data, right?
Correct.
So there is no question of sampling. If you cut down the data, then why you have to cut down? When it is there already, why do you cut down?
Okay. When the data
Right?
is
We need
cleansed,
more.
I need to inform what is the reason for the data cleansing.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm not an area in finance,
Sir.
but that's what it I know. I just wrote only 2 or 3 papers in finance, not many. Yeah.
That is fine, sir. I think we can close the session. By
Yes.
6:30,
Yeah.
they are having their assessments. We can give them 10 minutes to revise. And
Yeah.
it was really a very nice session, sir. You have covered generally everything. Your session is right, identifying the fake journals, writing the research documents. Professor Anu, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
It
I
was
didn't have time to
an
go to review process
eye-opening
actually.
session for all the researchers.
That
It
is
was
not an
really
issue, sir.
eye-opening session, sir.
Yeah.
Because some professors still they are unsure like where to publish. Because since it's a criteria in all the universities, like if you go for an unpaid journal, it may take more than 6 months to 1 year to get published.
No.
So few professors, in order to speed up the process, they may go for fake journals also. Without unknowingly they do that. So it was
That's
really
wrong.
eye-opening session
Which
for
is
everyone,
wrong.
sir.
Yeah, let me talk about 1 minute on this. Please do not go for paid journals. Okay. Number 2, why do you speed up the process? Why? You have to go through the process. Actually, I didn't show you. The next time when I come, I'll show you. Review number 1, what comments are there? What are the responses? Number 2, comments. That paper I showed you, it has gone through 4 rounds of revision. I wanted to show you that actually, but then there is no time. Now, it takes 8, 9 months, maybe 6 months, 7 months, and so on. We cannot have a baby in a month. It takes 9 months, right? 10 months. Similarly, a good research paper takes time. We cannot pay 1 lakh rupees and get the paper published in junky journal. They are in the Scopus today, tomorrow they are not there. You please always go for Sage, Emerald, Taylor and Francis, Wiley, Springer, and then Taylor and Francis and elsewhere. Right? So focus on these publishers. They always publish journals which are almost every time there in Scopus. So don't go for paid journals. Of course, every journal may be having open access option. That is a different issue. Sometimes universities may have some grants they use for publishing in open access or through open access also. That is a different issue. So never spend your money on this, please.
Thank
So
you,
we will
sir.
formally close the session.
Yeah. Any questions?
Recording in progress.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Good evening, sir. This is Mallesh from Central University of Karnataka. So,
Yeah.
sir, my question is to how to frame a good hypothesis. Could you tell how to
What
frame
is
a
that?
good hypothesis? Could you tell how to frame a good hypothesis?
Relation between the variables, that's all.
That's what, sir. How to find the good, so as you said that there is no need to use null hypothesis. So we have to use only alternative hypothesis.
No, we should say direct hypothesis, no alternative, direct hypothesis. Direct hypothesis.
Yes, sir.
For example, stress is negatively related to job satisfaction.
Yes, sir.
Like that. Pay is significantly positively related to job satisfaction.
Yes,
job satisfaction is significantly negatively related to turnover intention.
Yes,
like
sir.
that.
So we have to use like positive or negative relation.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, positive or negative.
Thank you.
That depending on the theory, depending on theoretical background. Yeah.
Yes.
What
Thank you,
theory
sir.
says. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, sir, Anu, yeah, you can just finish the session.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Please.
sir.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
for the wonderful session. We'll connect with you, sir.
Yeah.
And I know your health is not that good, but still you managed to handle the session. So we are so grateful to you, sir.
Yeah, sorry about my tone. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
that is fine, sir. Sir, I'll catch you back in the mobile later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, participants, thank you very much for your patience for all these 6 days. So by just so now we will start sharing our test link now. The link will be live up to 6:45. So you can close the exams by 6:45 and 7 o'clock. Take a break for 10 minutes, and by 6:55 you may please join the valedictory. During the valedictory session itself, we will share the attendance sessions for all of you. Please don't miss the attendance today, because today's attendance is very important, as the test and attendance is going to happen simultaneously. So please join the valedictory by 6:55. After that, we'll share the attendance for all the 3 sessions which we had today. So now, Professor Anu, shall we share the test link now?
Yeah, sir.
Let me share it. We will give you both the test QR and the test link to all of you. Those who can write with the help of a mobile can use the QR. Others, if you want, you can take the link from the chat box. Before that, let me disable the chat. Otherwise, the message will go. So, just a minute.
Participants will be posting attendance link only after the valedictory session. So as of now, we are going to post only the link for assessment.
Just a minute. So please find the test link. It was posted in the chat box. Now no one was enabled for the chatting. So this is the only link will be available. If you want to write it from the mobile, the QR is also enabled for you. So please take your time to write the exam. So by 6:45, we will unpublish the test.
Yeah.
Hello. Is the link provided, ma'am?
Yeah, sir. The link is
No, sir,
available
I'm
in
not
the chat
able
box.
to find the link, sir.
So ma'am, the link is in
box,
the chat box. Okay, I'll post it again. Yeah, we have posted it again.
Okay, okay. आओ जल्दी आओ
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
I could not able to find my name. My name is not there. Dr. Anamika Kumari.
even my name is not there, madam.
Madam, I'm giving the test, but my name is not there. How will I submit them?
Anamika, ma'am, do you have any question?
Ma'am, my name is not there. I'm giving the test. When my name will be not there, how will I submit the form?
I think email ID will be recorded.
Your name will be there, ma'am. Kindly check it proper.
Ma'am, I checked it like twice, but my name is not there. Kindly once let me
Okay,
confirm.
okay. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Madam, my name is also not there.
My name is, sir, my name is also not there. Shamim Akhtar.
You can put a control F, search your name, you will be able to get it.
Sir, I am online with my phone. How to do that? I am doing it by my phone, sir.
No, sir. Paper में जरा इसको.
Madam, I am able to see the question number 5 and
Sir, those who are online with their phone, how will they choose their name? I'm searching like one by one, but I'm not getting my name.
Anamika, ma'am, your name will be in serial number 9. Your full name is
Serial number-
Anamika Kumari.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, kindly go and check. Who else is having problem?
Madam, Nagirite Nalvela, madam.
1 minute, sir.
But madam, I am logged in from mobile. I am not
Okay.
able to see the name. Only from question 5, I think the questions are displaying.
Actually, the questions are shuffled, sir. You'll be getting your name in the end, I guess.
Okay, fine. I'll check.
Your name is Nagi Reddy Nali Vellar.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Serial number 82, sir.
82, madam. Thank you, madam.
Ma'am, my name Anoja Pushpashri.
Ma'am, could you please repeat your name again?
Anoja Pushpashri.
1 minute.
Control F.
And while registering, you have given only Mrs. Pushpa.
No, Anoja Pushpashri, I had only given ANOJJAPUSPSHREE.
Okay, okay. Give me a minute.
Control F outro కొడతాం కదా దీనికి.
Yeah, 314, ma'am. 314.
Yes, ma'am. I can give the test now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am, if you have completed the test, can we leave the session?
Yeah.
and
No.
rejoin?
Actually, you have to rejoin again at 6:55, ma'am. We are going to start our validity at 7 o'clock.
Madam, your feedback is there, madam. Only if only you give the attendance,
Yes,
everything
sir.
will be
We'll join back at 6:50 or 55.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You can take a
So
free,
please,
I mean, short.
all of you, please check the stopwatch. You have only 9 minutes. We will
Madam, I
unpublish.
can't open a link.
Who is that?
Hello?
Kindly say your name.
Hello?
It was posted 15 minutes.
Hello?
Ma'am, what is your name, ma'am?
Dr. Madhumita Ghosh.
Okay. Give me a minute. Madhumita Ghosh 71. Serial number 71.
Ma'am, I can't open a link which are given in a chat box.
Ma'am, you will be able to open, ma'am. Kindly check again, no? I posted the link again in the chat box.
Okay.
Ma'am, questions are shuffled, right?
Yeah, questions, even the options are shuffled, sir.
Numbers are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ma'am, it can't open.
Ma'am, others are able to open it, ma'am. Kindly refresh your browser and see. Or clear your cookies, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it can't open. I try again and again. A link which is given in a chat box.
But all are using that link only, ma'am.
But ma'am, I can't open.
Through mobile or laptop?
I am on mobile. I have no laptop.
Okay, so kindly check the email ID, no? Whatever email ID you have registered, no? You can open only through that email ID.
Okay, okay. I go through email ID.
Yeah, ma'am. Whatever you have email ID you have registered.
Madam, link is already posted. You just click that link. Hundreds of people have submitted already.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir. But the link also given in a chat box. I can't open in a chat box from the mobile.
What do you want? You just you just send a WhatsApp to us. We'll give it to you. That is what we can do. Yes.
Ma'am, just ping me, ma'am. We'll drop you the link.
Sorry, ma'am.
5-1.
Ma'am, please message
5-1.
or email me. Just say hi, no? I'll reply
Can
to
I
you.
can I go through email ID?
Yeah. Please email me, ma'am. Just say a hi to me.
45 last 3 minutes. 5-1. 8-4. 4-2. 16-1. 25-4. 23-1. 15-3.
Nallivela, sir. You are sharing the answers to somebody.
No.
We can hear you.
Well, once again, share the links.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Kinjal Patel. My name is not in the list.
Dr. Anu, I think I'm busy.
Yeah, sir. I can hear you.
Dr. Anu, for the past 6 days, you have been very patient and address all the queries. Thank you really for that, because organizing this thing, managing this many people is really tough. But the kind of patience you have shown, and even smallest of the small query, which seems not to be query, that also you have addressed it. So really, thank you
Thank you
for
for the
that.
valuable feedback, sir.
Madam, I am
Yes,
not
sir.
able to see my name.
Could you please tell your name again, sir? Dr. Kinjal Patel.
Yes.
Dr. Satish Tanaji Bhosle.
Satish, 1 minute, sir. Serial number 114, sir.
So how you can search here, madam, in name?
You can just press Control F, sir, and search for your name, sir. Your name
Control
is
S.
serial number 114. Control F, sir.
Control F.
Yeah, that is a shortcut to search for your name.
140.
Control F, sir. 114, 114.
Hello, ma'am. Dr. Kinjal Patel.
Anu madam, just say him that it is as per the alphabet order. If it is in the doctor previously, they can see under the doctor itself. You should have some patience. If it is a laptop, it is very easy. Mobile is very tough to take the drop down. That is what we were encouraging you to use a laptop. Mobile, it is tough to get the drop.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, sir.
Actually, my name, it comes Mr. Hafiz, Mohammed Hafiz MK. Actually, it should be
Sir,
Dr.
that is
Mohammed
not
Hafiz
an
MK.
issue, sir. Actually, you registered like that in your Atal portal. The same we have given here. Okay, anything you edit in your Atal portal, sir, that's not an issue.
Hello, ma'am. Please solve my queries.
Yes, Kinjal, ma'am.
Yes, where is my name, ma'am?
65. Serial number 65, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam, my name is not there, madam. Srinivasulu Akasam.
Sir, registered in the portal. The same.
Srinivasulu, sir.
Hello.
This is serial number 123. Srinivasulu, sir. Your serial number is 123.
Madam.
Madam, I am doing in my mobile, madam.
My name is not found here.
Sir,
My name is not there.
all the names are there. You have to have some patience to check it. All the 429 participants, even though they are not attending, the name is there.
Sir, actually, I got disconnected from my mobile. Can you please share the link once again, sir?
It's already shared, ma'am. I've shared it again.
For me,
Kindly access it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay. From where can I find that participant ID, ma'am?
Participant ID, just search for your name. Just press Control F and search for your name.
I have given all the answers, but still not able to find my name. It is even no serial number is given.
What is your full name?
Ma'am, Anamika Kumari, but I could not find it in mobile. I am doing it.
Serial number
I've done
9.
everything.
It is in the first only, ma'am. Dr. Anamika Kumari. Serial
No,
number
it is not showing in mobile, ma'am. In mobile, you just tell me.
Ma'am, you just search, no, ma'am. You'll be able.
Ma'am, I searched it. I could not able to find my name in mobile, ma'am. Actually, I've done in my mobile. Answers have been done in my mobile only.
You're not able to get the drop down itself for the names?
No, ma'am.
Please share the screenshot to us, ma'am.
Sure.
Yes. Laptop is working in both mobile and laptop. Please check it carefully. Have some patience to see and select your name. 429 names. It is as per year. It is alphabetically sorted. So you just see in your alphabet, you have added doctor or Mr. in front. Just check in all DR and MR. Every name is there. None of the name is missed. The
Sir,
only thing
kindly
is
share that participant name list, sir, please.
It is not according to the alphabet, sir, actually. In mobile. Can I give through laptop then? But there is less time left.
Ma'am, kindly fill it through laptop. Please don't waste it.
Tell me how to find the name. Control
F. You got your name, ma'am?
Ma'am, I'm getting in laptop, but I'm not getting in mobile.
That's okay, ma'am. Kindly fill it. Now you already know the questions, right? So kindly fill it.
Okay, because time is less now. That's why I'm asking.
No issues, ma'am. Kindly fill it.
Get your name, please tell me. I'm just locating it for you. I'm having the form in front. What is the name? Please tell me.
Now she got her name, sir. Anamika, ma'am.
No, I got my name, but in laptop I got, but I have completed my things in mobile. So I have to again.
Yeah. Now you submit it, ma'am.
No, how could I submit it? Because I have not getting the name in mobile, sir, ma'am.
It's okay, ma'am. You can log in.
Sir, we will give only one test, or you have supplied several forms?
No, sir. Only one test.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So I'm again starting the test in laptop.
Yeah. Kindly continue.
the test link కొంచెం అనుపుంగ sir.
Ma'am, attendance is not updated on AICT portal.
Sir, please be patient, sir. We have to do for 500 candidates.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I have submitted my answer. Sir, next what I have to do, I have to give the feedback in the Atal portal. Hello,
Madam,
ma'am.
please stay back in the link, ma'am. A valedictory is going to happen. By the time we will share you the attendance link. So you can fill the attendance and you can leave. Everything will be over by 7:15 or something. That's all.
Okay, okay.
Please stay back in the link.
Today's attendance link, madam?
That's what I'm informing, ma'am. Now valedictory session is about to be start. Just a valedictory section will be there for 10-15 minutes and then we will post the attendance link. Okay?
Okay.
Attendance is very important. Please stay back in the valedictory.
Sir? Sir?
Yes, sir. Tell me.
So there is this FDP reflective journal template you have shared one day back.
Sir. Yes, sir.
How to share it with you or we have to upload in the portal?
No, sir. That actually we should do as a coordinator. You send it to our email, sir.
Okay. Send it to your email.
Yes, sir. You please send it to your my email.
Okay. For you, I'll share it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is
So
there any
what should
timelines
we
by end
send
of
it
the
to
day?
your email?
No. That is actually written feedback. That is not actually mandatory. Only from very few we will collect it. Don't worry.
So where we will submit the feedback, either Atal portal or you are going to give us?
No, madam. Feedback, you have to submit it in the Atal portal for getting the certificate. But however, attendance you should submit it with us only. So we will float the attendance sheet now for today.
And so
Okay?
the assessment we do not have to submit in Atal portal, na?
Please wait, ma'am. We will upload all the scores in your Atal portal. Don't worry. Wait for some 2 days. Give us some time for uploading. Okay?
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes.
What about relieving order, sir?
Relieving order means?
Relieving order, sir.
Sir, there is nothing called relieving order. You can stay up to valedictory function and we will give you the attendance sheet and you can leave by that time. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Sir Murli, sir, you mentioned about doing something in Atal portal. Can you please repeat that instruction, sir? Hello, sir.
Ma'am, as of now, nothing to do in Atal portal, ma'am. Attendance is in our
Ma'am,
hand.
submitted submitted the exam. Now we don't have to go for the Atal portal, right?
No,
You
not
don't
needed,
need to
ma'am.
go to portal.
Okay,
Please wait
assessment
for
is through Google form only.
Assessment is to do with?
Yeah.
Means assessment has been done, na?
Yeah, done, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Madam, anything later
Hello?
we are in Atal portal? No, madam.
Yeah, sir.
No. Want anything to be done in the Atal portal today or
Not
later?
now.
Nothing, ma'am, as of now.
Not now. To get your certificate, you need to give feedback, but that is not enabled now. If only we update all your attendance, you can do that. Give us 2 days of time. We will update all the 6 days
Drop a
attendance.
message in the WhatsApp group. Okay, once attendance is updated in Atal group. After that, you can fill the feedback form.
Got it, madam.
If you have scored the criteria, you get the
That means that process will take 2 days. Today it is not, na?
No, not today.
No, not today.
Okay, thank you, sir.
What is
today's attendance?
Today's attendance will be posted after the valedictory.
We will give, madam. Please wait for the valedictory. Once it starts, we will give you. Okay?
So good evening, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have 2 queries. One thing is about that journal thing, or one document has been given in the group, right, sir?
Okay.
So after filling that, where to send that document?
You can email us, ma'am.
Email ID, ma'am. The same email ID given in Murli sir's email ID, right, ma'am?
Yeah. To that email
Okay.
ID, you can send the document.
Okay, ma'am. Then the Google
Can you
Drive
repost the
you have
email
given
ID
for
in the
access,
WhatsApp
right?
group?
Sorry.
Google Drive link we have already emailed you, no, ma'am.
Yeah, you have given us, but how long the access will be granted, ma'am? Because I
Access is
haven't
fully
downloaded.
there, madam. Access is fully there. You can take. That's an open
It
access.
will be, the access will be there for more a week, ma'am. That's it.
Okay. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you.
7 days.
Okay, we
Okay,
are just
thank you.
going to mute all of you. So let the principal of Madras Christian College will join shortly now. Then we will give access for you to talk. Those who can give feedback, one or two can give feedback if time was there. We will see. Okay.
Good
So
evening,
please
sir.
note. Just a minute, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, any test having that online Atal or not?
Oh, sir, this is the assessment. That's it. You don't have to take any
That's
assessment.
it only. Atal not having that any
No.
assessment?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
What is the minimum work to secure
70%.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
20%
Attendance is 80%, okay?
So I just muted all of them. So please wait for some more time. The principal to get. So thank you very much for all your patience all these days. Just a minute. So our principal will join now for delivering a valedictory address, and after that we will share you the attendance and feedback form together. We can just go ahead. Yeah.
We request all the participants to switch on the video. So principal will be joining in another 2 minutes.
Yeah, principal has joined. Good evening, sir. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Anu, you can just go ahead with the program with the formal way. The principal has joined us for the valedictory. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. So it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our distinguished guest for today's validation ceremony, Dr. Paul Wilson, Principal and Secretary of Madras Christian College, Chennai. Dr. Wilson is an accomplished academician, researcher, and visionary leader whose career spans over 3 decades of dedicated service in higher education. He holds a PhD in chemistry from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and has completed postdoctoral fellowship from Ben Gurion University of the Negev, Israel, specializing in industrial catalysis and process development. His research expertise encompasses diverse areas, including nanobiomaterials, catalysis, sensors, energy materials, and corrosion science. Dr. Wilson has guided numerous PhD scholars, completed several national and international research projects, and published over 49 research papers in reputed journals with an impressive H index of 20. In addition on his research contribution, Dr. Wilson is actively engaged in academic leadership and policy making. He serves as a member of the Syndicate of University of Madras and on the Research Advisory Board of the Tamil Nadu Science and Technology Center. As a certified trainer for research-based pedagogical tools, under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, he has played a key role in promoting innovation in teaching and learning across the country. Dr. Wilson is also a prolific writer and thought leader, contributing regularly to leading national dailies such as The Hindu, The Times of India, The New Indian Express, and The Economic Times, offering insightful perspectives on higher education, research, and innovation. Through his vision and leadership, Madras Christian College continues to strengthen its legacy of excellence and its commitment to academic innovation and societal relevance. It's a privilege to welcome Dr. Paul Wilson, Principal and Secretary of Madras Christian College, to deliver the valedictory address for this Atal-sponsored FDP on applications of R, Python, and bibliometric tools in research with systematic literature review. Welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir. Can you
So
please
unmute yourself, sir?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Very happy to see around 252 participants. Happy to be part of this Atal FTP validation. I was just going through the various topics handled by various resource persons on each day. I'm not sure whether all of you are from business school background, but one thing that I wanted to mention from the descriptions given to me on bibliometric research that is being encouraged among the faculty of business school. Even I just went through some of your profiles to find out that mostly the business school faculty are among bibliometric research. We think that publication of research is a compliance or obligation, because now on the one side it gives us visibility for our business school. The other side, it helps us to build portfolio. How to perceive publication of articles as in a pleasurable way is my point of view, because I always find people finding it as a burden to write an article. I would say it's leisure writing art. I keep doing it as a lifestyle while traveling in a flight, while traveling in a car. Writing opinion pieces is my hobby. So from my own experience, I want to add this. I used to offer this piece of advice to people. Even sitting and standing can be documented as a paper. I think this is an exaggeration. I call this an action research. There are two kinds of action research that the business school team faculty members can think of. One is when you get into the classroom, you're meeting with maybe around 60 students. They are all your samples, your laboratory samples, and you begin your intervention through instruction or maybe a project based or a case study, whatever it is. That's a content. So that's an intervention. So always have a habit of recording your pre and post intervention references or the impact that you make in a classroom. Now everything is very easy. Slido's here. We have a lot of tools with us now. You talk about Python or things like bibliometric studies, but we have all pleasurable tools available. Set your survey questions ready, and you plan in such a way that you are able to measure the concept progression in the classroom in 50 minutes or 1 hour. I think if you have this habit, I see that in Western countries regularly, even business school faculty members, arts and science faculty members, they don't publish on the core subject. Rather, they publish mostly on their lived experiences in the classroom, the class lectures. Maybe there are many verticals in an academic institution. It's very simple in thinking of action research rather than thinking of creating a data and then doing the research. It takes a lot of time. It becomes, it is a burning out situation for all of you. So think about simple action research that will help you to probably come up with nice article opinion pieces. I always encourage my faculty members to go for opinion pieces, normally in Sage or Wiley or Taylor and Francis or Elsevier or Springer Nature. They are called as perspectives, trends, opinions, and commentaries. These are very easy pieces that you could write. If you keep reading journals regularly, finding fault, if you sit in a coffee tiffin room where two of you join together, you begin to gossip on the third person. I call this as a critical thinking. Now we have a natural critical thinking in gossiping. So I wanted to gossip constructively by taking a paper and trying to analyze the paper, critically analyze the paper, and write your commentaries. Commentaries writing is not a big deal. You have a reference, you got to find fault with the commentary using your own frameworks, your own window. That's the easiest way of doing that. So I would say writing an article is a very pleasurable experience in case you taste it. Till you taste it, I think it becomes a burden for people. So I congratulate the MCC Boy Talent School of Business faculty members for drafting a proposal to Atal and getting this beautiful program where you're able to offer your benefits to around 255 faculty members around India. I hope people from other countries are also part of this. Now I see that mostly the accreditation and ranking frameworks always look for this particular element as part of ranking and framework. If you ask me, we don't have to conduct any faculty development or professional development programs separately. I would see that if you document your action research, it becomes a built-in or integrated faculty development. That's the only way I see that. Now, new education policy is talking about CPD, continuous professional development programs. It is not like a refresher course or orientation program. So I see that an integrated version of professional development, which is very pleasurable, where it is self-directed learning, where nobody forces you to learn. You learn on your own pace as per your own motivation. So intrinsic motivation, I call it as. So please think about action research, which I mentioned yesterday to BTSB faculty members, as a very simple way of doing it. Opinion pieces, as you write in Indian Express or Hindu or any other reputed magazines. You can think about opinion pieces. These are all very easy ways of scoring or getting mileage on publications. So if you begin to do that, then you can think about the other arguments. So it means you simply think about some conceptual frame, developing some conceptual frame. Any new business process innovations, you get an idea. You simply sit now, you have tools, AI is too, there are many tools, Gemini is there, OpenAI is there. Just you learn the prompt engineering and keep on giving your inputs from your idea. It will help you to conceptualize using frameworks. I have tasted this. Even this evening, I tasted this. I finished one article simply by giving a prompt. So please try this way, and I encourage all of you to do that. It really sharpens your brain. And in a classroom, you'll be very, very sharp in delivering content, thinking critically, and in a creative manner. So wishing you all the best. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for your presence and asking about the opinion pieces. And recently also you wrote about it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. If there is any feedback from the participant sides, you can give it directly by unmuting yourself. The next 5 minutes, we can hear that and we'll formally close the session. So you can unmute yourself. The access was given to you.
Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Shantanu Kumar Sahu. I am Associate Professor at Hindustan Institute of Management and Computer Studies, Mathura. And thank you very much, sir. The way Murli sir and Anupam handled the people who are actually 250 plus in numbers and satisfying all the heads, it is always a difficult task. And it is truly commendable the way they handled. And as far as the content of the FDP is concerned, sorry, somebody is speaking in between. So I must say that the starting from R to SLR and the LDA, which was new content for me, I tried my level best to connect with the speaker. And believe me, sir, the all 6 days after coming from college, attending lectures from 6:30 to 9:30, and after that going to market and buying things for the family, it was quite challenging. But altogether, my wife was highly, she supported me that you do. I'm here to support you. And believe me, sir, in terms of research, whatever I understood during these 6 days, I'll apply in my research area, and also I'll try to, upskill my student in the areas which I have learned during these 6 days. And at last, I would like to say thanks all Atal for this initiative, and in fact your college, and Paul sir, thank you so much for coming and enlightening us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shantanu. Any
Thank
one
you,
of
sir.
you?
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening,
This
sir.
is Dr. Nirmala Devi Jagannathan, sir, from KGISL Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. Basically, I am from engineering background. And earlier I have 18 years of experience, and I couldn't able to attend even one Atal FDP till now. I have registered, but I am not able to complete it. But this is the one Atal FDP that I have attended completely till the end, and I'm giving the feedback. It is very nice to see that both of the coordinators were very cooperative, very patient, and they are always addressing all the queries all the time. So that is the first step. I just want to talk about this particular FDP, and the topics which you have selected is extremely very useful for all the researchers who are at the middle stage or even in the end of their research. So they now know that how to do the bibliometric using the tools particularly to make it easy, and also in a very lucid way they can complete the research. So that is what I'm thinking, and even I'm thinking that for the engineering graduates, I can even talk to them from the first year or second year to work out the various literature survey. They can do it in a very simple manner. So that is what I am just looking into this FDP in such a way. And I thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. And thank you, principal, sir, also for your wonderful talk in the starting of the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nirmala. Thank you.
Good
Good
evening, sir.
evening,
This
sir.
is Dr.
This is
Santosh.
yeah, this is Dr. C. Teresa from Sastra University School of Management. It is one of the most well-organized faculty development programs I have ever attended. I feel truly honored to be a part of this FDP. It is not because of the excellent resource persons, but also because of the coordinators who are highly knowledgeable about all the topics. So they have taught us a lot, and they are very time conscious, open-minded in sharing their knowledge. And there are many valuable takeaways from this FDP, and I believe the successful outcome will be reflected in a good number of publications in reputed journals. And I hope to achieve that with all your valuable inputs. Thank you once again from the bottom of my heart for your generous sharing of knowledge. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
coordinators, and Paul sir also. Thank you.
Good evening,
Thank you,
madam.
Professor Teresa.
Good evening. This is Dr. Santosh. I'm audible?
You're audible, yeah.
First of all, I should say Dr. Anu is a taskmaster. See, I think I understood one thing is that why this compulsion was there, that you should be there throughout the session, because you understand, because all those resource persons are really very impressive. because I know Dr. Murugan, he was with me for FDPM in IIM Indore. We were almost there for 3 months. So in a way, I am in a touch with Professor Murugan. Professor Lim is a very renowned person in this area. The kind of resource person you have brought in, because I hold my doctorate from IIT Roorkee, my master's from IIM Indore. So I was thinking that can I have any additional inputs? Should I go for it or not? But in a very honest way, I will say that there are some sessions where I feel that, okay, this is also the way through which I can think of. So yes, it has added in my knowledge. And apart from that, I should say this time for the working professional is also quite convenient. Dr. Murli, I really liked your personality because you're a very cool and composed person. This is, I think, one of the key takeaway for me also that when almost 400 people are there, there is a different kind of queries. How as a professional, we should be very cool, composed and address all the queries. So yes, in future, when I'll be organizing any such FDPs, these FDP coordinators, patients, and the way they address the query will really help me to tackle such kind of situations. So thank you so much. I'm highly obliged and I really learned a lot from this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. So we'll close the FDP formally. So
Good
thank
evening.
you. We
So
want to
thank
thank
you all the
Principal also.
participants.
Okay, so I think
Thank you, everyone. You guys were so patient throughout all the 6 days, and we highly appreciate that. Even though the sessions were fully technical, all of you were so eager to learn the new concepts. So learning is like it's never-ending process. So whenever we have a new topic or new FTP, kindly attend and kindly have more experience with the new tools, which will be useful for your research also.
thank you very much. And also, I want to say finally that it is not that we need to work on this coding. Hardcore coding is not necessary for other professions. It is that we can do the interdisciplinary research always with the computer science, data science faculty. So their expertise and our expertise will go ahead. So we have just opened up a new avenue of research. So please, thank you very much, all of you, for joining. We'll formally close the session, and thank you, Principal, also.
Please share the
Thank you, sir.
attendance link. Please,
Yeah.
ma'am, share the attendance link
Thank you,
once.
everyone.
Attendance link
We'll
we are
officially
posting
close the
now.
session.
Yeah, we are posting the attendance link now. Just a minute.
Kindly send the link also so that we can fill it.
Sure,
Yes,
sure.
yes,
We'll
yes.
share it.
We can't scan it.
Sure. We'll share the link in chat box.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, I have a problem. Actually, after submitting the assessment, actually a few minutes back, actually this is showing that the online auto assessment is no longer accepting responses. Hello.
I think you are trying second time, sir. That is.
Sorry.
Sir, actually, you switched out the responses only by 7:05. Are you writing the exam for 30 minutes?
Hello.
Sir, Murli, sir, your audio is not clear, sir.
Yeah,
And
just a
attendance
minute.
we cannot see, sir.
Still, I am yet to post, madam. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
This is
Sir, assessment link is closed, sir.
Are you waiting to close your response?
Sir, attendance, it's asking it need access, sir.
It is asking access, sir.
Just a minute, ma'am. Let me update the access. If the access is a problem, let me update it. Please wait.
Sir, I'm facing error in submitting my assessment form, sir. It is suggesting no longer accepting the application.
Just a minute, ma'am. Let me say. You can please refresh your forms and you can see. With regards to assessment, I think disabled the form only by 7:50. Are you writing the exam for 45 minutes, madam? Yeah.
No, actually, I was facing the error, so I couldn't. So now it is saying that it is no longer accepting.
That is so. Please wait, ma'am. Let me enable it. Just a minute. So now you can submit the assessment quickly. In 2 minutes, I'm just about to close it.